What's poppin'? What's poppin'? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Chip Brown will be here. Don't worry. Chip is back. He's just getting back to the crib from being on campus because today was the day you get to speak to all the coordinators and all the other assistant coaches. So very unique day. Just makes it feel even more real. College football right around the corner, 32 days until kickoff. I mean, come on. What could be sweeter? 32. Shout out to Cedric Benson, Midland Lee's finest. But yeah, man, appreciate y'all rocking with us. Like, subscribe, Instagram, Facebook, X, Twitter. We're everywhere. Twitch, get the app, tell your friends, tell the homies, tell your enemies, tell whoever, subscribe. Appreciate y'all. A lot to talk about today. These coaches had a lot to say. All these coaches, they got that look in their eye, man. I've been seeing the clips. Got that look in their eye. They saying all the right things. But you want that. You can't bash your players. You can't tell the media the complete truth of what's going on because folks like me will stir that pot a little bit and take something where no team that might have success once. So this football team, these coaches, man, if you're a Texas fan, you should have a lot of confidence, which ain't nothing new. Even before today, the confidence should have been there, but now even more so. And again, the schedule being right around the corner. Rob, what's happening, man? Appreciate you as always. But right around the corner, it's right here. And when you get so close where you can taste it so many different times, like Mookie Taft, you can't tell me he ain't hungry. Can't tell me Mookie Taft ain't hungry. DJ Campbell, guys that been through it, guys that were right there, plays away. Manny Muhammad, he was a freshman on that team that lost to Washington in the Sugar Bowl. Some guys, man, that are looking for the opportunity. Jalen Gilbo, a lot of interesting things that you hear from these coaches, man. Like I'm waiting for Chip Brown to be on. Chip, he on that CP time, and BK yesterday, who basically filled in for Chip for the whole damn show. But anyway, appreciate BK yesterday. He said basically right now it's called Zay and Friend. That's not what it is, which we're going to have to do some adjusting for tomorrow and Thursday because Chip also has to be at practice where the media is allowed at practice only a certain amount of days. That's, of course, a time where Chip and Zay should be going on. So tomorrow's show and Thursday's show, those are going to be recorded shows, which that's not going to happen often, but it's going to happen. So bear with us. Still going to be good content. Stay locked in. But yeah, man, when you think about this squad and, there's a lot of people seeing the negative, which I appreciate. Like, we can't all be positive. Like, national media, everybody has their own opinion, whether they're haters or whether they're really good media people or whether they're just fans from opposing teams. There are folks that are giving Texas their doubts, which I appreciate. Like, I'm one of those ones, a coach's son, find anything to piss you off and make you play better. I know there's the folks out there, I've talked about it plenty of times, folks out there that say you shouldn't be motivated when you go into battle because you don't get many games. There he is in the weight room. 5 minutes, that's not bad.
Oh, man.
Brown, what's happening? You back?
Doing some laps, but in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we got so much football to talk about today. Zay, it's cray. Ha!
Wow. See, you can't come back doing shit like that, man.
That's terrible.
Appreciate you for joining us, though. It's glad to see you. It's good to be back.
Officially. It's good to be back. There's no doubt. I'm excited. I'm exhilarated. And I'm happy to be back with my man. Sorry, yesterday was a mild disaster with the the jury duty, but man, we got the gang all back together today. We got Hank South, we got Chris Hummer, and we got you and me, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Long time coming. Like, glad you're back. Ready to rock and roll. 32 days. Texas, Ohio State. Shout out to CB, who always gets the post to where I know how many days until that Ohio State game. Cedric Benson amount of days.
Oh, yeah. R.I.P. said B.
R.I.P. said B, man. Midland legend. Legend. Texas legend.
Texas legend. So, Zay, we got to hear from all the Texas assistant football coaches today. All of them, but I'm sure you were dialed into the coordinators.
Oh yeah.
Pete Kwiatkowski, Jeff Banks, and Kyle Flood. We talked to them today. Thank you, CB. It's good to be back. And you know, this is a football coaching staff that sounds confident.
That's what I said.
Right?
That's what I said, man. That's one of the first things I said before you hopped on. Like, I'm telling the people, these coaches, you're a Texas fan, you got to be giddy. These coaches, they got that look in their eye. They all had that look. That look like, we are working with some stuff. Like,
they got that look.
They got that look. I'm like, all right. I hope that's just not coach speak. You know, I mean, they're not going to bash the guys. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to be negative about them.
But where – I don't even know where you'd be bashing.
Right?
Because, like, you ask Kyle Flood about the tackles, like right tackle. Let's start there. Brandon Baker, Andre Kojo, battling it out. And Kyle Flood's like, well, we're about to find out who's going to win that competition because they're going up against elite edge rushers.
Yeah.
They're going to get tested by Colin Simmons and Ethan Burke. And now Brad Spence is in the edge room. Wow. Brad Spence. So it's like a swap. They swapped Trey Moore for Brad Spence. But Brad Spence, if needed, would move back to linebacker if needed. But he's also expanding his toolbox. And Alan Clark talked about that. It's like he knows linebacker. Now he's going to add this to his toolbox. And iron sharpens iron. I know we talk about that. It sounds kind of cliche, but it's true. The best thing for Brandon Baker is going up against Colin Simmons every day. The best thing for Brandon Baker is going up against Ethan Burke and all these edge rushers. Colton Vasek, Zena Umazulu, Lance Jackson. I mean, that edge room is loaded. And that's the money. As Alan Clark said today, I'm going to help these guys make that money. Because that's a money-making position. He's showing Colin Simmons film of Hassan Reddick, Micah Parsons. You know, he said guys with a similar body type. And, man, I can't wait to see number one get after it this year. Yeah. Why are you number one, Colin Simmons? Because I'm number one.
Nah, the dude's never lacked confidence, man, and he has a certain aura about him. It's crazy because he just has so much football ahead of him, man. Pete Kwiatkowski, talked about it like he's still working though. Like he could still get better, which is terrifying for the rest of college football. Like there's another notch that he hasn't even touched yet. And now with more reps and responsibility, Most likely we're going to see a lot of that this year. It's just, where's his motor at? That's my biggest concern for him. Because, yes, he played a lot as a freshman last year, but if he's everything that he's supposed to be, those reps are going to go up. So this isn't just like him playing hard. This is like, where is his stamina level at? Is he in tip-top shape to where fourth quarter comes around? And the luxury that you have with Alan Clark and Pete Kwiatkowski, you got so much depth there that you could still rest him enough to where it's not going to be that big of a fall off. Because as you mentioned, those guys, Vasic, now you got Brad Spence, obviously Ethan Burke. There's just so many different guys that can mix it up for this edge rushing position. So if you're Colin Simmons, man, that's what I'm looking at. Come fourth quarter, when those offensive tackles are gassed, are you hitting your stride and hitting that second win where you make those big-time impact plays and winning time? I think he could definitely be that, but now just because, like I said, going from those freshman year reps to those sophomore year big-time, I'm the best defensive player in the nation reps, what's that going to mean for him? I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I put out a 3 bold predictions about a week ago, saying that I think Texas will lead the nation in sacks. I think Colin Simmons will post at least 15 sacks, and that Arch Manning will break Colt McCoy's single season touchdown pass record of 34. And I'll be disappointed, honestly, if all 3 of those things don't happen. Obviously, you got to have health. Let's put that they stay healthy. I'd be disappointed if Colin Simmons didn't get at least 15 sacks, if Texas didn't lead the nation in sacks. And by the way, Alabama posted 57 sacks 3 years ago. That's the best sack total in the last 10 years. I think Texas can get to 60. And that's work. Because it's not easy. And you just go back a few seasons when Pete Kwiatkowski was saying, what pass rush that first year? Oh my gosh, they couldn't get a quarterback on the ground. And now this has got a chance to be something super special. And I think you're looking at Colin Simmons, you're looking at, Ethan Burke. Are they going to put, what's that third down package going to look like? Because Ethan Burke can rush from the inside. Justice Terry can rush from the inside. I mean, there's so much depth. And Pete Kwiatkowski said, he's like, we gotta find a way to get all these guys on the field. Jeff Banks said the same thing. Jeff Banks was a little more matter of fact about it, saying we got those 3 non-conference games. San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston, where everybody's going to get on the field. Everybody.
Yeah.
And the starters are going to be able to rest a little bit while the coaches try to figure out who they can trust. Because I asked Mark Orfe today, cornerbacks coach. I said, how many corners do you trust right now? I said, you don't have to give me names. I mean, if you'd like to give me names.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I'd appreciate it. But how many do you trust right now to go win a game? And he said 3. He said, I think we'll get to 4 pretty quick.
Woo!
That tells me you got Manny Muhammad, Jalen Gilbo, and Kobe Black.
Oh, man.
And I think Warren Roberson, who I've said on this show many times, is outstanding in man coverage. He's just got to tighten up his zone coverage. But I think he's the one that Orfe is saying, I think we'll get to 4 pretty quick. And they all agree that Cade Phillips is going to be special.
I was just about to say that. You've been high on Cade Phillips for a while. So we got
And
Hank.
so was our man Hank South.
He's been high on Cade Phillips.
Hank South. How you doing, my man? Recruiting czar, managing editor, MVP of Horns 24/7, Hankster. Getting ready to go on a much-deserved vacation. I told him, turn off your phone, throw your phone in the swimming pool. How you doing, my man?
I'm good. Long time no see.
Yeah, about 30 minutes.
Right.
Hank, we were just talking about Cade Phillips, and you were the one who was like, Cade Phillips, keep your eye on Cade Phillips. And Mark Orfe said, this guy is going to be special. The depth in that cornerback room is outstanding. Like, in recruiting, how do you recruit when you've got all that talent on the roster?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it takes what's up, CB? I guess it takes a little pressure off you, to land every target or every big target, because you've stockpiled a good amount of talent. But yeah, it's a good problem to have. I think it less pressure to, like I said, to go out and get every guy. You can afford to maybe miss on a for example, this cycle, Justice Fitzpatrick, that was a guy they liked. They missed on him. Davon Benjamin looks like he's going to end up at Oregon, although they're still recruiting him. I guess, it makes you a little more comfortable with where you're at, but yeah, it's not an enviable task to figure out how they're going to, keep all these guys happy, for the next year with as many guys that can really go. You got your Manny Muhammad, and then after that, it's kind of like, take your pick of like who could line up opposite of him or who could be in that rotation, who could go over to nickel. I mean, it's just, there's so many guys that can contribute at a high level. So it'll be interesting to see, like, who is it? Kobe Black that emerges? Is it Warren Roberson? Is it, Jalen Gilbo? Does he stick at corner? Like we saw Jahdae Barron kind of stick at corner last season, all the way through. So yeah, that's a spot they got to feel really good at. You'd be hard pressed to find another team that has as much depth, and that maybe Alabama, as much depth in the secondary that Texas has this season.
Yeah, Hank, today Jeff Banks, when he was talking about freshmen that would make an impact, he mentioned Nick Townsend, Grayson Littleton, and Lance Jackson. You were high on all of those guys. Just talk about those three and how what Jeff Banks is saying, how they can make an impact for the Horns here in their first year being at Texas.
Yeah, he noted kind of like how you can play special teams early, and I think it was speed, trust, and what was the third one, Chip? I can't remember. He said
Yes.
go out there, run fast, and
communication.
Yeah, maybe it was. It's in my notes. I'll go find it later. But he said guys that can run, like, he's going to put out there on special teams, and he doted on those two. I mean, he mentioned, didn't even hesitate to think it was Nick Townsend, Grayson Littleton were two guys that immediately of newcomers that he liked. And I was talking to Chip earlier. I thought it was interesting with Townsend. It's like I think they might be underselling how much of a positive impression he's made this summer. If you look at tight end recruiting, Texas doesn't have a tight end committed. They went out and got Jack Injuries in the portal. But obviously we've all known, I think Amari Winston has exceeded expectations. And then you bring in Nick Townsend, who has really just blown them away to kind of take a step back from the position on the recruiting trail. Not that they're not recruiting guys, but, we saw that storyline earlier last weekend with Keavi Brown. He was silently committed to Texas. They asked him to kind of hold off on announcing until, they figured out some pieces and some other guys making decisions. And, now he's decommitted from his silent commitment to Texas, and looks like he's going to go in another direction. So that really kind of leaves them with, hey, let's see what we have this year. We feel really good about these young guys. We have some depth. If we need to, we can always circle back on somebody in the fall or go in the portal again, like we did with Jack Injuries. So I thought that was really telling. But Grayson Littleton seems to be really turning heads. Texas, they kind of, when they go out of state, their recruiting pitches, they go out of state for first round talent. And so you look at a guy like Grayson Littleton, who was committed to Clemson. He liked Texas a lot earlier in the process. They came back around in the fall, got him to come in on an official visit after he decommitted from Clemson, and the rest was history. So obviously he's turning heads. He's having a great spring and doing what he needs to do with the strength and conditioning and learning the playbook and all that. So, and then, he brought up later Lance Jackson, who, we heard Lance Jackson from several different coaches today about a kid that can come in and make an impact at that edge position in year one, if not on special teams somewhere. So, it sounds like those guys are living up to their billing. Obviously, a guy like Townsend, I think we had is the number, he's in the top 100, but I know Lance Jackson was right there on the cusp of a 5th star. So, he's up there with, what was kind of expected of him. And yeah, so it sounds like these young guys have certainly turned heads.
Yeah. And the Jordan Washington, Banks saying he's 260. We now know that's good weight.
Yeah.
Jeff Banks wasn't, that wasn't a, oh crap, I'm not playing. I've gotten complacent. I've put on bad weight. This is a kid who can put on weight and still be athletic at 6'4". Yeah. The tight end position, my God, with Spencer Shannon and Jordan Washington, and we know Amari Winston, who, great hands, giant hands, loves contact, loves to block. That room is suddenly loaded. Yeah. So it's something. What did you think about Kyle Flood talking about the offensive line, Hank?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. It seems like maybe, I think we've all been kind of pinning Brandon Baker as kind of the right tackle starter. And, maybe that's probably still could happen. I mean, it's, I think, well within the realm of possibility, but, he said the right tackle position between him and Andre Kojo is a competition going into the fall. And he kind of laughed, I think you asked the question kind of like who's going to be guard 3, like the third guy that can come in and play guard if need be in a rotation. And he was like, oh, well, I guess you have Neto and DJ Campbell as pinned as the starters. So it sounds like,
yeah, he said, I'll ask Sark about that.
Yeah. So, obviously, you want to go into camp with the idea that everything's up for grabs, but, I think we have a pretty good idea, maybe outside of right tackle, of what that offensive line is going to look like with Gooseby, Neto, Cole Hudson, and DJ Campbell at right guard. So, but yeah, he said, I think he said Neto had the best spring he's had at Texas. He said there's good depth at center with Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson right behind him, guys that have played a lot of center in practice and they're really, you're kind of like the offensive line quarterback. Like you have to know what you're doing. He said both those guys are very knowledgeable and know the calls and everything they have to do. And, he said, he talked about Trevor Gooseby, how he's, developed his body, like really what he's built onto his body in a good way this offseason where, he hasn't sacrificed any athleticism and he's moving really well for the size and, I guess kind of bulk he's put on to last in a full SEC schedule at left tackle. So yeah, it sounds, I think he's excited about, the depth they have. It's still, it's still really crazy to me. Like Texas has never gone to the portal on the offensive line. Like they haven't had to, they've had so much depth there. And so all these guys are kind of homegrown talents. He mentioned, Nate Kibble, Connor Stroh, he said had a really good spring. Who else? Jaden Chapman with his versatility to play guard or tackle, so I think, it's always about finding the best 5 guys. I think they have a pretty good idea about who the best 5 guys are, but, and he also, what I thought was interesting was talking about how he cross trains like guys like that can play left tackle and right tackle. And he said that was big for Gooseby last year to get him reps with the first team at both spots. Cause then obviously we saw he was needed to come in and step in for Kelvin Banks or Cam Williams last season. So he talked about how, they try to do that. So, in terms of who's going to be the third offensive tackle, you got to think it's probably the loser of the Baker Kojo battle or even, Nick Brooks. I didn't get the sense that he was, pushing anybody for a starting job, but, he said positive things about him as well. He was talking about how it was a benefit that he and Jackson Christian were able to come in the spring and get that semester under their belt. He said the Coleman brothers are playing a little bit of catch up, which is to be expected when you come in the summer. But sounds like the Christian and Brooks are, obviously a little bit further along, but yeah, it sounds like they're in good shape there depth wise and some good versatility if they need to move some things around in fall camp.
Hank, one thing I can appreciate about Steve Sarkisian and this coaching staff, and I'm sure this has to do a lot with recruiting and the success that they have with that, but the fact that Brad Spence, who we thought was going to come in from Arkansas as a linebacker, now we're hearing that he's an edge rusher for Pete Kwiatkowski's defense. And then on the other side, you got Trey Moore, who was edge rusher majority of last year, but now they're moving him to that linebacker spot. So they do this not only for the team, but to add versatility and range to when they go to the next level in the NFL. And again, that's something that I could definitely salute because they were just doing what's best for these kids. Talk about how that move, Brad Spence to edge rush, affects this defense, and also just how that mindset on going about their coaching style helps with recruiting.
Yeah, I think it just, like Sark mentioned at SEC Media Days, it's just a dynamic attack. It's just like it's going to keep opposing offenses just guessing what's coming because you have an idea of like what this guy's going to be. It's like, okay, now he's coming off the edge. Okay, well, now he's lined up inside, or even like talking about linebackers moving out to nickel. Like it's like, and Johnny Nansen made a good point. He was like, you have all these like terms for where they're lined up. He's like, I don't really like. He's like, I know you have to have terms, whether it's like your dime linebacker or like the will, or he's like, but if somebody motions, it changes everything up, and then everyone's a new position. And he was like, so like I understand the terminology, but at the same time, like you kind of have to have the best guys out there. But I thought it is interesting because Trey Moore had such a strong finish to his season. They moved him to linebacker, and he talked about how that was like for his benefit at the next level because that's we know he's a pass rusher, we know he can do that, but now show his strengths playing inside, and he can still obviously rush the passer, be kind of the DPR, as Sark said, when needed. So I think it's just, and it's not like he's going to stay there. They can always flip around. I think, didn't Sark talk about, maybe I heard this wrong, but talk about like Colin Simmons can even have the skill set to play inside if he needed to. So it's like they can move these guys around. They're versatile. It's going to keep them guessing. It's going to be great for depth if God forbid injuries happen, if they need to shuffle some things around and just keep offenses guessing. And just be able to kind of get these guys more looks and keep it coming in waves to where, you're not relying on guys every down. You can keep them fresh and, get their best effort in situations needed. Yeah.
I mean, he talked about Ethan Burke, Justice Terry, Colin Simmons. They can all rush from the inside. Mm-hmm. So depending on who's getting it done the most in practice, you could have a Rabbits package, a NASCAR package of, Trey Moore on one end, Colin Simmons on the other edge, Ethan Burke inside, Justice Terry or Colin Simmons inside. That's insane. Yeah. But it's that these are incredible, tough decisions to make. Zay, it reminds me of when I said to Chris Jackson, I'm like, how's your room looking? He's like, God, bleep. It's a battle. We're going to have to find ways to get these guys on the field. Hank, what about in talking to Johnny Nansen? Because we heard Pete Kwiatkowski say the next step for Anthony Hill is to get his pass drops, his pass coverage a little tighter. In your conversation with Johnny Nansen, what stood out to you?
Yeah, a lot of the stuff he talked about, and he talked about Anthony Hill a lot, and I think a lot of Texas fans, see him as kind of a finished product, and like what you're like, he's not kind of the traditional like see ball go to like get ball, like that's kind of Anthony Hill's play style, but he kind of bounced off what PK said, in that he doesn't. That's like what's going to take his game to the next level and really kind of be what NFL scouts need to see this year. Not that he's not going to be seen as a first round pick already, but that's just going to help him that much more. So he talked about that, talked about his leadership ability. He was asked about Leonga Leifau, and he was talking about how, I think his development probably needs to, you don't want to sacrifice his speed. That's what one of his best traits, but maybe getting his tackling a little bit better, work as a tackler. I think you could say that about any defensive player, like make sure you're a sure tackler. That's going to help you. But a lot of what he talked about was just like kind of the patience and development a lot of these guys need to see, which, and I asked him, like, because he was talking about Ty Anthony Smith, for example. It's like he's a kid that's kind of had to be patient and learn the system. And he was saying it's a lot of what they ask of the kids to know the calls, to know everything. And, kind of seeing the big picture of putting all this on them and seeing how they take it. And he was just talking about how important that is to develop. And I asked him, how do you use that to where like, okay, we want you to be patient, like your time is going to come, but then, you're not playing year one as much as maybe you want to, or a certain year, and you see another opportunity. And he was saying, he's been thankful that he hasn't had to have those conversations. Like they haven't really lost linebackers in the portal all that much. I think Kendrick Blackshire last year for the spring, he was on campus, then he went to UTSA. But he was just talking about how, the importance of, even if you go somewhere else, you're going to have to go learn someone else's defense. It's not going to be the same thing you do here. And he was talking about the different, ways you have to recruit now and finding the right guys that with the buy-in and all that, which it sounds like what they have. He said good things about, Bo Barnes and everything he's learning. And, I kind of see Bo Barnes as, and we heard Bo Barnes mention about it, kind of like a special teams guy. He's one of the fastest guys on defense as well, at his size. He was just talking about kind of the patience some of these guys have to have and the depth they have now, with Trey Moore coming into linebacker, and he was also asked about, because he's people forget he's the co-defensive coordinator. So he was talking about the defensive line a little bit. I thought it was interesting. He said, I heard this a couple of times, like Hero Canoe, he said, has become one of the vocal leaders for the team, which I thought was interesting. A guy that, didn't get a lot of playing time at Ohio State. He's come down to Austin now and is taking on that role for himself. I'm trying to think. He mentioned Zena as well. That's I think Chip already talked about him, but a guy that, that I think PK's quote was he's a guy, or someone said like that guy, he's going to be a guy for multiple people that have said that. So he mentioned him. Lance Jackson was a guy he mentioned. So some guys turning heads for sure. Then he talked about Deuce Cunningham, the other linebacker signee, moving out to nickel or, to practice out there a little bit. He's a little bit smaller. So makes sense as he develops more into, an every down linebacker. So some good stuff from Nansen. It's interesting to hear these coaches talk because, you get them, only so many times per year. So to get their thoughts on these guys was really interesting.
Hank, when you think about Kenny Baker and this defensive line, like I heard different things. You heard things about, Cole Brevard say he's hard to move. Or Pete Kwiatkowski said that. And Kenny Baker, he talked about Travis Shaw. Saw a clip going around saying that Travis Shaw is going to surprise a lot of people. And Alex January's growth's been good, Pete Kwiatkowski said. And like you said, Hero Canoe, that was interesting that you heard. This defensive tackle position, even though it's probably one of the biggest question marks for this team, but just what you're hearing from these coaches, they're going to be deep and they're going to be a factor. And I'm sure they're hearing all the outside noise too on everyone questioning them. And if Texas has an Achilles heel, it's that position. Is that the vibe you got?
I don't get that vibe at all. I mean, PK started out by saying they have more depth at interior defensive line this year than last year. And I just think they have too many pieces. It's just like too many guys for it to not be a success of something. And it doesn't even have to be we're comparing it to, back to Byron Murphy, Devondre Sweat, Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton. It doesn't even have to be up to that level. They just have to be, serviceable.
Stop the run.
Yeah, stop the run. And, Nansen was talking about, what he tells his linebackers is if you want to be a successful linebacker, come help recruit defensive linemen because those guys make it possible for the linebackers to go make plays. Which I thought that got a laugh. That was pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, that was a huge emphasis. Alex January certainly showed, he's capable, but, I thought that the way Kenny Baker was talking about Travis Shaw, I got a little bit more, optimistic vibe about his ability and what he can bring to the defense, maybe in a Bill Norton type role from last year. He said there's no limitations on him. The big question was he had that kind of the nagging knee injury that's been messing with him through his career. He said there's no limitations now. So we'll see if he can get after it and make an impact. But yeah, I mean, another position where it's like they just have like hockey rotations of guys that can come in and defend the run. So I'll be interested to see kind of what and defensive line is interesting because it's not like you need I don't think you need like a lot of cohesion as like who goes with who. You can kind of just like put the best guys out there as opposed to like other positions you kind of have to work in sync and have a good relationship in that setting. Defensive line is kind of like you're out there to fill up space and do what you need to do. So I got I think Kenny Baker's really excited about this group, but he did with the caveat that like we have to see how this all comes together in fall because again Levon Johnson, Murad Watson, they weren't there in the spring. So like this is going to be their first time putting on pads with Texas this week. So we're gonna have to see how it all comes together. But I mean, the pieces are in place for them to have a very successful defensive front.
Hank, I don't think we've talked to you since Derrick Cooper committed.
We had Hank last week.
What's that?
We had Hank on last week. Hank was on me.
Okay. Okay.
Oh yeah.
But, just for maybe people like me who missed last week's show, give us your thoughts on Derrick Cooper, the number 40 prospect in the nation, number 3 running back in the nation, out of Chaminade, Madonna, Hollywood, Florida. Good heavens, that's a lot. This guy sounds like a star.
Yeah. I mean, it's huge. I mean, just when you're recruiting South Florida well, like usually your program's doing pretty well. Like I covered Alabama for a long time. When they were recruiting South Florida well, that's when like Alabama's still really good, but like that's when the Amari Coopers, the Jerry Judys, the Calvin Ridleys, those are all receivers, but they were recruiting South Florida very well. They got other guys for other positions down there, but you look at Texas now, Diabell, Fort Lauderdale. This is all I'm not totally caught up on South Florida geography, but Hollywood, Florida, it's all South Florida, but I don't know Hollywood, Florida in relation to Fort Lauderdale, probably nearby, I would imagine. But
right.
Diabell,
James Johnson
at Miami Northwestern. So it's like those are 3 players that Miami, Florida, and Florida State all wanted, and Texas went in there and got. So, I mean, you're doing something right, just right off the bat there, but to do it the way they did, I mean, like they got him on campus for an April visit. He didn't take an official, not that he didn't want to, he just already had 3 other weekends scheduled and he didn't want to do a midweek, which I don't think Texas wanted that either. And so, everyone's kind of overblowing that. It's like he's never not been to Texas. Like he's seen the campus. He's been on campus for the weekend. He's gotten to know Chad Scott really well. Chad Scott and Kenoto Hudson went out to see him in South Florida in May during that contact period. But I mean, this kid's a stud. There's question, he's rated as an athlete. He's going to play running back at Texas, but some schools think he's more of a linebacker at the next level, which, I think again, like the more versatile you are, like the more ways you can find onto the field. And sometimes it hurts you because you're kind of like homeless or whatever, but like sometimes it can help you and with the buy-in, the coach's eyes, that you can be kind of a jack of all trades. But he's going to play running back. I almost, my comp for him, and he's obviously smaller, but kind of like a Miles Jack almost, where like he can play both sides of the ball at an elite level. I think he's probably better running back, but he has soft hands. He can carry the ball between the tackles. He can kick it outside. I mean, he's like one cut go. Like he's got a freaking motor on him. So his film is really good. Obviously he's playing top tier competition. So it's not against any like scrub defenses that he's having a lot of success against, but I think it's a huge get, especially in a class like you missed on KJ Edwards. You needed kind of a game breaking running back. And that's exactly what they got in Derrick Cooper. So it'll be interesting to see, like, I would imagine Miami's going to come hard at him to try to get him to change his mind by signing day. But he sees something in Texas. I think he really likes Chad Scott. Like that was a quick connection they had once he got on the staff, and obviously saw what Texas is doing with running backs too. Like it's not like this crazy question of like, why are these guys picking Texas? It's like, well, they've had 5 running backs go to the league in the last 3 years. So it's certainly the development aspect is there, and I think that really intrigued Derrick Cooper as well.
All right. Jose wants to know who you think is the oops.
Thanks.
Zay, why don't you put it up? I don't know why it's not responding. Who you think is the coach on the staff who's the next to become a head coach?
Okay.
Oh, okay. Or take a step to
take a role,
a coordinator step. Coordinator or head coach.
Okay, so I'll do it in two answers. From like coordinator to head coach. Like I think the easy one to say would be Jeff Banks, just because he's still, not to like throw shade on Kyle Flood or PK. He's still like pretty young, grand scheme. Like when Houston came open a few years ago and UTEP came open, I thought those were like pretty like easy to connect options for Jeff Banks, but he's stuck with Texas. Obviously, he's paid very well at Texas as well. I think that helps, he's a
$1 million man.
Yes. I've never gotten the vibe that like PK, I think PK like loves coaching defense at Texas. Like I don't like, it just seems like something he doesn't really, I don't know if like it's not like he doesn't want to be a head coach or he's just really happy where he is. And Corey Mose was asking all the coordinators about this, kind of the continuity and Kyle Flood, I think it was Kyle Flood that said we just like being around each other. Like we all get along, like just good dudes in the room. Like, so, I can't like, that's gotta be the only place in college football where for the last going into 5 seasons, you've had the same coordinators at every level. Like
it's the only Power 4 program.
Yeah. Which is
wild. A primary coordinator change in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
4 years.
And I can't imagine like even, group of 5, like those guys are moving all the time because they're getting promotions or getting hired by bigger schools. So it's like, it's gotta be the only place, but yeah. So I would say, I feel like Banks makes the most sense. As far as like position coaches, I could see like AJ Milwee getting a offensive coordinator job at some point. I think that makes a lot of sense for his career trajectory. Who else? Who else am I missing? Chris Jackson. I think if anything, like, I don't know about offensive coordinator. I think he'd probably, I feel like the NFL is probably going to come calling for a lot of these guys. We saw that happen with Tashard Choice. We saw Blake Gideon get the DC job at Georgia Tech, but I think there was a lot of NFL interest in this Texas roster of coaches last year. So yeah, I'd say AJ Milwee would probably be like, I could see making the jump from where he's at to offensive coordinator next somewhere else.
Zay, you got one more?
Yeah, last one for me, Hank. Which coach made the biggest impression on you today at media days? Out of all the coaches, all the position coaches, which coach, with what they were talking about, how they were answering questions, the things that they were saying while answering those questions, stood out to you today?
Yeah. I really liked what I heard from AJ Milwee. I've never like really heard him talk all that much. Talking about how, the transparency they have in the quarterback room, talking about bringing in Matthew Caldwell and just being honest with Trey Owens and KJ Lacey. You're bringing in a 4th quarterback. These guys just aren't as seasoned. Like, and it's not like it's supposed to be taken as a slight. It's just like you guys still relatively new. And they just needed kind of a more steady veteran presence. He talked about, the conversation they had with Caldwell about, coming in, like he knew what he was coming into. It wasn't like he was coming in to compete with Arch for the starting job. He knew what he was coming to. He talked about, someone asked him about kind of their, how they go about recruiting quarterbacks, and like Texas they really don't offer, more than 2 or 3 quarterbacks per cycle, because they like to have that kind of like, I think that's almost like an advantage. Just like some schools just throw out offers to all the top quarterbacks. And it's like, well, I'm being recruited by this school that's offered 17 quarterbacks, they're just offering me to offer me. But when you get a Texas offer, it's like, okay, they really think something of me if I'm one of like 2 or 3 guys they're recruiting. And that usually they usually get their top guy. Like Diabell was their top guy. They got him. KJ Lacey was their top guy. They got him. And then obviously you go back to Arch and prior to that, Quinn in the portal from Ohio State. So I thought that was really interesting. I thought Kenny Baker, we talked about it already, but I think he's really excited about this group of guys, and he's really excited to like see what he has once they're out there on the practice field fully. And, he can really, fully coach them. Whereas they have access to them in the summer, but now, obviously it's a different schedule with fall camp. So I think Baker, Milwee were really interesting. And in terms of the coordinators, I thought PK he seemed like he seemed very, I don't know what's the word. Like he was giving really candid answers, which I thought was, it was interesting to hear from him on kind of, where he thought things stood.
Hank, great stuff, my man.
Appreciate it.
Everybody head over to horns247.com because we are hitting you with all the intel to get you ready for the start of fall camp tomorrow. Keep up the great work, my man. Let's do it again next week.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, Hank.
Here he goes. The MVP of Horns 24/7, the managing editor, Hank South. And now we bring in our man, the national college football analyst and portal guru, and has a hole-in-one in 2025, the one and only Chris Hummer. Hummer, how you doing?
What up, man? It's been a minute.
Are you feeling it? Are you feeling the energy?
Is that football in the air that I'm feeling? Yeah.
Feel
it? I can feel it.
Feel it?
I feel that sweat and that third down energy. So
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did not see you at SEC Football Media Days. Did you hit any of the media days, or have you just been grinding in your lab?
I was out of the country for almost every media day there was. So no, I did not hit any media days. I did the Texas High School Coaches Association. So that they have their media day there. So saw a lot of Texas coaches roll through there, but otherwise, no, I've just been kicking my feet up mostly.
Okay, tell us about where you were out of the country.
We did a delayed honeymoon, and we went to Paris, London, and Rome. It was cool.
Ooh,
yeah, man.
Cargo. That's what I'm talking about.
I didn't get any escargot, man. Just not brave enough. I wanted to. I had every intention. My wife's a vegetarian. She thought it was disgusting. I was going to order it one night. It just never happened. So,
man.
We got to go back at some point. You an escargot guys, eh?
Big, huge.
Yeah, me too.
What's it taste like?
It tastes like heaven.
Yeah.
It tastes like, I mean, I have some dead snails outside of my house all the time if y'all want to like pop that in.
Oh man, you
all
gotta
over
have it
my
in
neighborhood, man. Like you see these little slime marks just on the sidewalk all the time. They're always just dead snails. So I'll have to get my chef apron on and help y'all out.
What was your favorite stop on that European tour?
I didn't say it. It was Florence. We were there for 2 days. Florence was awesome. Like wine country, just being out there, a little slow. But if not, Rome was really cool, man. Like we went to the Colosseum. We did all that stuff. It was a lot of history there, man. It felt like an open air museum. It was dope.
That's beautiful. That's greatness. All right. Well, I'm so happy to hear that. You deserve a great honeymoon, delayed honeymoon, European extravaganza. Look, kids, Parliament. No, but you didn't do London. You did Paris. You did.
No, we did London too. We saw Parliament was crazy. Like that was one of the most insane buildings I've ever seen. Yeah, we did. Wow. We did 2.5 weeks. We just
good.
Been a long 2 years, so we did a vacation, right? Yeah.
Man, that is so great. Good for you. All right, Hummer. I'm going to start with Texas, because everybody's got a different take on Texas, and I'm sure you've had a chance now to kind of maybe shape your Final Four, if you will.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I can certainly give opinions on Texas.
Yeah, give us your opinions on Texas. Strengths, weaknesses. Are they a national championship contender?
To it, right? Like we all live here, so you get exposed to it more often. But like, I am not one of those. I did not vote in the SEC Media Day poll. I wasn't there, obviously. I would not have had Texas 1. I would have had Texas 2 behind Georgia. And I think it's just because like maybe being here, I'm just aware of more deficiency. Maybe not deficiencies. Maybe not even weaknesses. Just question marks, right? Like, I think we all wonder like how that wide receiver room is going to come along. I think we all wonder how that offensive tackle group is going to perform after losing 2 draft picks. I wonder how that defensive tackle room, which obviously got better by bringing in Murad Watson late in the spring, how that's going to come together. And like, you also have to replace somebody like Jahade Barron, like at outside corner. And I know Malik Muhammad has been excellent, but like there's a lot of questions, and Texas has had to replace a ton of draft picks the last 2 years, and like it's just a lot of question marks. And I expect Arch Manning to be good, but like this is also a guy who's played 2.5 games in college and played against 2A high school competition back in the day. Like I think Texas is going to be good. I have Texas as a playoff team. I would be shocked. I think if Texas doesn't make the playoff, it's going to be a huge disappointment, but I don't know if I'm ready to declare them like the national title favorite at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting, Hummer. Even Arch Manning knows he didn't play against top-notch competition during his days at Isidore Newman and likes to poke fun at that. But you said you had Georgia at number 1. What makes you a believer in the Bulldogs coming into this season?
In the SEC specifically, I actually have.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah, I've Clemson at number 1 actually, but I'm bullish. I mean, sorry for the bad pun there. I'm bullish on the Bulldogs for a number of reasons. Like, I think Arch Manning is going to be better than Gunnar Stockton, but a team is more than the sum of its quarterback, right? Like, and I think Gunnar Stockton is going to be very capable for Georgia this year. But if you think about it, the reason why Georgia struggled most of last year, at least offensively, it was the receivers. Like, they couldn't catch. Like, they had more drops than anybody in the country. And they made that room so much better this offseason. They got Zachariah Branch from USC, Noah Thomas, Texas A&M's leading receiver. They also added Colby Young back to the mix, who was a big transfer addition for them from Miami that missed last season due to a variety of reasons, including a suspension. And like you put those 3 guys together, you add Dylan Bell back in the mix, you add probably the deepest tight end room in the country. Like they've got weapons at Georgia in a way they didn't have last year. And then defensively, yeah, they lost 3 first-round picks, but like that wasn't like a unit that was dominant a season ago either. It wasn't the normal Georgia, unless they were playing Texas. Obviously, then they were normal Georgia. But the run defense wasn't really there for Georgia, and like you added some pieces on the defensive line. I think the secondary is going to be really good again with KJ Bolden leading the way at safety. So this is a team where I just have a lot of like faith in the foundation that's built, and I think their weaknesses are less so this year. So I lean slightly towards Georgia, but I think there's 4 or 5 teams in the SEC with a legitimate chance to win the league.
Yeah, Alabama is a team, Bill Connolly came out with his thoughts and has Alabama as number 1. That's putting a lot of faith in Ty Simpson. But if Ty Simpson is the man, he says Alabama has the most returning, blah, blah, blah. Your thoughts on the Crimson Tide?
I mean, I get the take. I think you're putting a lot of faith in Ty Simpson, which I understand. Like, I think we've talked about this before. I think Ty Simpson is a better fit schematically for what Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb like to do than Jalen Milroe was. I think he just allows you to do more offensively in the passing game. Maybe not all around, obviously. Like Ty Simpson, the athlete, is nowhere close to Jalen Milroe, the athlete. But from a passing perspective, I think he brings a little bit more to the table in terms of the ability to get through leads and reach all 3 levels of the field, even though his arm is not as strong. He probably doesn't throw as good of a deep ball. Alabama's receiver room is really, really good. Last year, it was mostly just Ryan Williams. They went out and made a big transfer addition from Miami. They've got some young guys that are coming along. They've upgraded that room. I think it's going to be a strength for them this year. Their offensive line is good, not great, but it's good enough, and it returns a lot of experienced pieces. For Alabama, my big question mark is the defensive line. I think they have a very good starting unit, but their depth is very much in question. Just not a lot of people who've proven production over time. But like, if that unit can be better, and if Ty Simpson can be a top 30 quarterback in college football, yeah, I mean, I certainly understand the Alabama argument. I think they would be right there with Georgia and Texas and LSU at the top of the league.
Hummer, I saw your article, CBS Sports, about college football players with the most approved in fall camp. Y'all go check that out. But the Texas player that you had on there is Travis Shaw. And Kenny Baker actually said today, when the coach's availability, that Travis Shaw, who is cleared from his knee injury, is going to surprise a lot of people. what are you expecting from Travis Shaw coming from North Carolina? We know he had so much hype coming out of high school as a highly talented recruit. He just never has panned out to that. Can he for this Longhorns team this upcoming season?
Yeah, it's weird. In kind of an odd way, I think of Travis Shaw a lot like I thought of Alfred Collins last year, right? Like a guy who has immense potential, a guy who's flashed that potential at times, but has never done it consistently. And in, Travis Shaw's case, he's never started, right? Like he never started for North Carolina. So he's coming to Texas with a lot to prove. And he's somebody that I think Texas knew that taking a bet on him. They thought if you put him in a different structure, you gave him a different coach, you really got him to focus on the right things. He is somebody who could emerge as a day 1 or day 2 draft pick. Like Texas has had so many of, and that's like a big reason why like fall camp is important for him. I don't think he's the most proven player in the room for Texas. I think that's Pope Brevard from Purdue and Rod Watson from Maryland. But if you're looking for somebody who can raise the ceiling of that defensive tackle room, like somebody, if you hit on him, like he can be a real difference maker for you. Travis Shaw is that guy. Like, but Texas just needs to see it this fall because you've got to see it consistently in order to trust him to be in those situations.
Yeah, that would be huge because he was the number 12 player in the nation coming out of Greensboro, North Carolina, and he's, as you said, never started a game played in 37 games over 3 years. But that's a position where we've seen guys come on late and become NFL draft picks. Keandre Coburn, Tavondre Sweat, Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton. Who's a guy you're excited about for the Longhorns that you don't think people are talking maybe enough about?
That's a great question. Well, I think Jack Andrus is going to be a really big fan favorite and a Arch Manning favorite next year. I would not be shocked if he is a guy with like 40 plus catches and 600 plus yards. I think he's going to be a really big part of the defense, of the offense for Texas. And I don't know, like I feel like maybe like an Ethan Burke like kind of year. I don't feel like anybody's talking about him. Texas has so many pieces off the edge, and I know Colin Simmons and Trey Moore are the sexier names, but like Ethan Burke has had a really solid career for Texas. He's been immensely productive, and I think this is his senior year, right? Like time flies. Like he's a 4th-year senior, if I'm not correct, or is he a redshirt junior? But either way, like
no, he's a senior.
Yeah, he's a guy.
He's the only senior in that room.
Yeah, he's a guy that I think has done a lot in his career, has an NFL frame, can be an NFL player, and like really can shade inside in a way that the other two guys can't, like from time to time. And if you're looking for a difference maker, like I think he's the type of guy who could have a breakout season for Texas.
Hummer, Deion Sanders heard yesterday that he had to get out of the tumor in his bladder, which is, you knew Deion was having health troubles, but that's pretty extreme. And also he's going back to coaching. Like he said, all right, this was a minor setback. I'm going back to coaching. Your thoughts on Deion and what do you expect from Colorado with all this going on?
Yeah, well, first, I know that sounds cheesy as hell, and like it's not like a multi-million-dollar head coach needs compliments from people about how he handled things, but I thought that was a pretty brave thing for him to do yesterday. Like, I think, my wife dealt with stuff a couple of years ago. Like, it's very important to get screened for cancer, and I think for him to be open and honest about that was really productive, and I hope people took note and take care of themselves. As for Deion, the coach, like he's got enough bravado for somebody that if they lost 10 bladders, right? Like he's going to be fine. I think it affects circumstances, but like, I don't mean this in a bad way. Deion's more of a CEO figurehead, head coach, kind of in the way Mac Brown was once upon a time. Obviously, like I'm not questioning Deion Sanders' ability to coach up a defensive back or anything like that. Right. But like, I think Colorado's structure is built around like offensive and defensive coordinators who, I don't want to say like handle their sides of the ball, but like they take care of a lot of that. And Deion has NFL backgrounds on both of those sides. And Deion's role is to inspire and to recruit and do all those things. And I don't think this impacts his ability to do so. He's been a very successful head coach. And I mean, I don't know how long Deion Sanders is going to be Colorado's head coach. Like, it'll be interesting to see how long he wants to do this without his sons in the picture. His sons that play football. Obviously, his son is his videographer and assistant at Colorado, and his daughters are involved. But I don't expect it to really impact Colorado's like bottom lines at wins or losses at all this year. I think Colorado's a team where I don't know where Vegas has them, but I'd set their over under at like 6.5. I think this is a team that should make a bowl and will give some teams some problems because of how good they are defensively up front and how much improved they are on the offensive line as well.
So, Hummer, yesterday I had to do jury duty. I did not get picked. Thank God. It was a rape case. Yeah. But I had this guy sitting next to me wearing a Tech shirt, like whispering at me while the lawyers were talking. Like, what do you think of Baron Morton?
Oh, he knew who you were, huh?
Yeah, he knew who I was, and he couldn't wait to hear about, the Red Raiders. So they're pouring money into the program. They have maybe the best football facility in the country now, thanks to Cody Campbell, the $250 million facility. Is Baron Morton, like, does he get your blood flowing as the captain of this ship for the Red Raiders? And what's your thought on the Big 12 and who wins that?
I think Baron Morton is the swing player for Texas Tech this year. When you think about the Big 12, like the rosters Texas Tech's going to go up against, there's not really a hole for them. They have upgraded every weakness they had in the portal with what was a $15 to $20 million portal haul this offseason. Like, it was not cheap at all. And Baron Morton's a guy, former 4-star recruit, West Texas kid, somebody who's been in the program for a long time, has had a hard time staying healthy, but I think 3 or 4 years ago, he was the type of guy who could potentially raise the ceiling for Texas Tech in terms of the quality of quarterback they've recruited. Now you kind of wonder, like, is Baron Morton good enough? I don't know the answer to that. I think Texas Tech thinks he is. He has shown it in spurts, but there's going to be no excuses for Texas Tech this year for sure. And I think, like we talked about with Alabama with Ty Simpson, and Baron Morton's more proven than Ty Simpson is, like, certainly, but like, if Texas Tech wants to reach its ceiling, Baron Morton needs to be a top 25, top 20 player and like top 20, 25 quarterback in college football. Is he capable of doing that? Absolutely. Will he do that? I have no idea. Will he stay healthy enough to do that? That's another huge question. But I'm bullish on the Red Raiders, and they're certainly my Big 12 preseason pick.
Hummer, I saw an interesting tweet the other day, or I don't know, what do you call it nowadays, because it's called X, but someone was like, Bill Belichick is the best football coach in the ACC. And my first thought was like, oh, this person's clearly trolling because we got Dabo Swinney. But then I really thought about it. I was like, they just said football coach. And if you look at Belichick's track history of what he did in New England, I know Chip loves to bring up what he's done recently by hiring Matt Patricia as the offensive coordinator before he left. And obviously it's easy to joke on Bill about his smoke show 24-year-old girlfriend. But Bill is still Bill Belichick. How are we respecting
North
Carolina? I mean, yeah, to a certain extent. That's why I'm asking Hummer his thoughts. How are we respecting Belichick in North Carolina with the season about to get kicked off?
Well, first, there are always tweets to me. I just want to point that out. Like, I don't care what it's called. They're tweets. As for Bill Belichick, it's interesting. I think earlier this offseason, a couple of us at CBS had to rank every single FBS head coach and put them, I think, in order from like 1 to 134. Maybe it was just Power 4 coaches, so 1 to 68. I had Bill Belichick like right in the middle at 34. So it's an interesting thing because you're balancing like never done this in college before, might be on the downside of his career with like the dude who is arguably the greatest head coach in NFL history, right? I think when you say coach, that's fine to say he's the best one in the ACC. Like, I'm not going to argue that. but he's definitely not the best college coach in the ACC at this point. Like, that's Dabo Swinney. He's won multiple national championships, has built a program that's been successful for like more than a decade now. So it's an interesting kind of balance. And I don't think it's fair to judge Bill Belichick on one season of results at North Carolina either. But I think he's a very good coach and exceptional coach who has a lot to prove in college. And I think both those things can be true at the same time. You could be an exceptional coach, one of the best ever, and still have a lot to prove making the transition to the college game.
Hummer, I came out of SEC Media Days feeling like Brian Kelly is detached. And this new Netflix documentary series, Any Given Saturday, is going to debut, I think, Thursday or something. I've seen that episode. They debuted it at SEC Media Days. I think instead of talking about Texas, Georgia, Alabama, and LSU, I think it should be Texas, Georgia, Alabama, and Florida. What say you?
I mean, I can buy some Florida hype this year. I think they've slow built that program the right way. They have a quarterback in DJ Lagway that I think by season's end could be the best overall player in college football. He's got that type of potential. I would assume like both of y'all saw him play, or at least saw him play like the highlights in high school, given what he did at Willis. Like, he's somebody with every physical tool set you could ever want. You got a magnetic personality. He understands the game the way you need to. I'm very bullish on his future. Their wide receiver room is really good. They have a really good offensive line. They have a defense that should be much improved this year, but I still think Florida's probably a year away from being that fourth team in that conversation. The schedule's the schedule's still really difficult for them. It was one of the most difficult schedules ever last year. They have to run back the exact same SEC schedule this season again. I think people forget that the schedules just mirror each other for the second straight year. So yeah, I think Florida's going to be good. I have Florida as a top 25 team. I think I had them at like 18, but I'm not quite ready to put them in the same category as those other teams I mentioned earlier. But I understand not believing in LSU for the same reasons, because LSU is adding so much new this year. So Florida has a continuity factor that LSU doesn't.
You know, Hummer, a team that no one's talking about that was number one for a lot of the time this past season, but got kicked around against Ohio State in the Rose Bowl, Oregon. You're not really hearing much on Oregon and Dan Lanning's squad. What are you expecting from the Ducks this year? What's their quarterback situation, and can they make it back to the college football playoff?
Yeah, Oregon's interesting. I think it does feel like sometimes the West Coast is its own world out there. And Oregon is about as far west and northwest as you can get in Eugene. I think they'll be really, really good. I think Dante Moore is probably going to start for them. The UCLA transfer, former 5-star recruit. I think losing Evan Stewart this offseason to a likely season-ending injury was pretty significant. But what they will have is a very good offensive line led by a pair of transfers at tackle. They have some really interesting defensive pieces, albeit a pretty unproven secondary outside of a couple transfers they took. I think DeCorian Moore, the Duncanville wide receiver that Texas spent some time recruiting, is going to be a stud for them this year. I think I think Oregon has a very high floor this year. I'll put it that way. I think their schedule is super easy. I think they only play one of Penn State, Michigan, and Ohio State, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they only play Penn State. They go on the road there. So, like, the floor for Oregon is 10 wins. Like, if they don't make the playoff, it'd be a huge disappointment. But I don't know if they have as much high-end horsepower as they did a season ago, unless Dante Moore emerges as just like an absolute superstar for them.
Yeah, Oregon at Penn State, September 27th will be huge. And with that, Hummer, my last question for you, Penn State. So a lot of people are picking Penn State to be in the national championship game. I don't trust Drew Aller, but that's just me. Your thoughts on Penn State?
Well, I do think Drew Aller needs to be better this year. I think he's been very good generally, but in the times that have really mattered, I don't know if he's elevated Penn State the way you need an elite quarterback to elevate you. Probably an unfair critique, given that there's a lot that goes on in a football game. But at the end of the day, the quarterback is held to that standard. And like, that's what Penn State needs. Like, they signed Drew Aller, the number 1 quarterback in that class, over Cade Klubnik to elevate their program to a different level. And if they want to win a national championship, he's got to be exceptional, because there's very few weaknesses on that roster for them. I think they have a very experienced starting offensive line. They have the best running back duo that I think we've seen this decade in college football. They have a better wide receiver room. They have a really deep tight end room. They have an excellent secondary. They have a defensive line led by Zane Durant that should be really good even after losing a top 5 pick. So there's just not a lot of weaknesses for that team. It just comes down to whether or not Drew Aller and those receivers can make enough plays, because it just didn't happen last year when it mattered. And like, if Penn State wants to reach their goals, they have to make them.
Zay, you got one more?
I do. Lenore Sellers, he was picked by the SEC Media Day media folks at preseason number 1 or first team all SEC. That schedule for South Carolina is pretty tough. First 5 games, they should be undefeated, but after that, you got LSU, Oklahoma, Alabama, at Ole Miss, at A&M, and obviously that classic rivalry game at Clemson. How do you think Shane Beamer's squad's going to be this year, Hummer? And will Norris Sellers live up to that hype that he's getting thus far this preseason?
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I got a chance. I was at the Manning Academy for a little bit last month. I got to see Lenore Sellers in person. He is, I don't mean this in a weird way, he is wide. Like, he is so massive. Like, he's not as tall as you would expect, but the dude is just like a massive human, and you can understand why he was so hard to tackle. I have very little doubt about him. I do have a lot of doubt about what's around him. I think South Carolina's got significant question marks at receiver. Their running back room's in flux, with Rasul Faison's eligibility up in the air. Their offensive line has to be much better than it was a year ago. I think they had the best defense in the SEC last year, and almost every one of those pieces, except for Dylan Stewart, is gone. They had to reload in the portal. I'm not as bullish on South Carolina as a lot of people are. I think Lenore Sellers will be excellent, but like everything else, like, they have maybe the best quarterback and the best defensive player in the SEC. Like, you could hear a lot of arguments for both positions, but like Dylan Stewart and Lenore Sellers are in that conversation. I just think everything else around them needs to coalesce and quickly for South Carolina to come close to reaching the expectations people are putting on them.
Okay, I lied. Ole Miss. Ole Miss. No one's talking about Ole Miss, and they missed last year in a go for broke situation. They missed the playoff because they lost to freaking Kentucky. But I gotta say, Austin Simmons, what an impressive dude that guy is. At least he was at SEC Media Days, and he showed when he got on the field when, Ole Miss beat Georgia. People forget that, right? The guy's got some tools. Hummer, what do you make of Ole Miss?
I think Ole Miss is a team that will be very competitive once again, that should win 8 games, right? Like 8 or 9 games. But I think the floor is I think the ceiling's just a little bit lower than it was last year. Less impactful defensive pieces, a good receiver room, but one that lacks a player like Trey Harris. A good offensive line, but not necessarily a great one. And that was the case last year, in all fairness. Satarian Perkins, their edge rusher, could be one of the better defensive players in college football, but he's got to take a step and be more of an every down player for them. I like Ole Miss. Like, I think Ole Miss is going to be a pain in the ass to play. But last season, I thought it would be a disappointment if Ole Miss didn't make a playoff game, and it certainly was for Ole Miss not to make a playoff game, losing to Kentucky. This year, I think it would be a successful season if Ole Miss won 9 or 10 games after the poll. I just think I think this is a rebuilding year for them a little bit with Austin Simmons in year 1 as a starter, and they're positioned to be a little bit better next year potentially after this offseason.
Okay. Hummer, that is great stuff, my man. Let me make sure that we didn't miss any questions over here for you before we let you loose. It looks like I think we're good, my man. You are the best. I'm so glad you had a great 2.5 weeks in Europe. And let's do it again next week.
Absolutely. I'll talk to y'all soon. I appreciate it as always.
Appreciate you, Hummer.
Appreciate you, Hummer. Hole-in-one Hummer right there. Fresh from Europe with all kinds of great takes. Zay.
I was missing out on that escargot, though. Like, you can't think about it being a snail. Like, Hummer, he's smart as hell. So he's getting way too technical about the snail. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't thinking about it. If we did that with everything we ate, we'd all be vegetarians. That ain't cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just, you can't think that much into it. Now, this is coming from a fellow big back. Your boy is a little husky, so take my word for it. I like my food, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, put a little Louisiana hot sauce on that escargot, man. Take your places. For real.
Let's go.
I'm missing out.
Roy, Zay and I agree with you. We agree.
Rubber Carl.
What? Oh, no.
Joe, you tripping.
Come on now.
Y'all got to get out of y'all's comfort zone, man.
Yeah.
Awesome things.
Okay, so Zay, let's get back to what we heard from Texas today. If you're just tuning into Chip and Zay, where have you been? No, I'm kidding. But listen, make sure you download the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Tell your friends and enemies, set a recurring alarm for weekdays at 2:00 so that you remember. You might be a little busy, so that you remember to join up with your friends, Chip and Zay, because we are talking mad football, Texas, you name it. And of course, everything, all the other big headlines. But we're going to major in Texas football, the SEC, the Big 12, give some love to the Big 12. Baron Morton. Hummer likes Texas Tech to win the Big 12. Everybody's picking a different team in the Big 12. Like, you got K-State, you got Iowa State, you got BYU, Utah, although maybe not BYU now that the BYU is like they booted him for having some relations. Like, he's the first. Come on now.
That's what I'm talking. Hey, man.
Man.
That's a horrible rule, by the way. Somebody needs to check AJ DeBansa. I need somebody, a Utah Ute fan, someone to be knocking on AJ DeBansa's door every night. Because if y'all see a woman go up in there, hey, I don't know what's going on. Ain't no way AJ DeBansa, potentially the future number 1 NBA pick in 2026, that's supposedly getting paid like $5 million plus for 1 year for 6 months to be in Provo. Ain't no way that dude ain't getting a little something.
What do? Give each recruit some lube and tell them, hey, be your own best lover.
Oh, man.
For 4 years? Come on now.
Yeah.
That ain't right.
Nah, Danny Ainge was doing something back in the day, too. I ain't going to say Sark. My man Sark was following by the rules. Don't throw Steve Sarkisian in there. Sark was following the rules.
Sark was a player. Jim McMahon. Now, Steve Young, I believe he was doing nothing.
You believe Steve Young was cool? Like, Steve Young was following the rules?
He gives off college virgin vibes.
Does he?
No?
Was he wholesome? I don't know. I thought Steve was a little fiery, but
I think he got fiery once he was in San Francisco. But well, some other nuggets from today. I thought, Dwayne Aquino, what a stud that guy is. He's as sharp as ever. He's as smart as ever. He's run every kind of defensive scheme. So he's like, whatever y'all want me to run, quarters match, single high, Tampa 2, I got it. I can do it. And really fun conversation toward the end of the availability. He said, in his opinion, the 2001 Miami Hurricanes and the Texas Longhorns in 2006 were the best secondaries in college football in the last 50 years. And he said, yeah, I mean, that 2001 Miami Hurricanes, you're talking Ed Reed, Sean Taylor, ridiculous. Those two alone make it ridiculous, but they had corners, Buchanan at corner. But Dwayne Aquino just gives you that, like Pete Kwiatkowski was glowing about Dwayne Aquino because Pete Kwiatkowski's run every kind of defense and Aquino's run every kind of coverage. And when you have those kind of guys with the talent that these coaches are coaching, man, you feel like this defense is in good hands. I don't think there's any doubt that the Texas fans should be over the moon excited about this defense. This defense has a chance to be the best in the country. They were for much of the year last year, right up until they weren't against Ohio State, unfortunately. No one asked TK about that defensive call with 29 seconds left at the end of the first half, because obviously there's a lot of excitement and questions about what this year's defense is going to be. But yeah, I mean, Dwayne Aquino, that dude knows football.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have all the years in the game that he does. Like, you've been around it so much. You've been with so many different coordinators out there, so many different styles of the game on the defensive side of the ball that you've seen. You could be put anywhere and thrive and teach the guys in your position group the right scheme that fits those right formations that Pete Kwiatkowski likes to run. And yeah, just the room, we said it earlier, the room, it felt like those guys just had a different look in their eye. And it's interesting, just having Hank on, and, you talk about Dwayne Aquino, but he talked about AJ Milwee and how that guy stood out because, yeah, you don't really see AJ Milwee much, but you always hear the quarterbacks talking about him and how he doesn't give many compliments. And when he does, it's like one of the best feelings in the world because he knows his stuff and he's hard on them because he knows all the responsibility that comes with that position and how serious you have to take it and how just a perfectionist you have to be in the sense. Like, you're going to muck up. That's obvious. Everybody does. We're human. Those guys playing that quarterback position are human. But you want to get as close to perfection as possible. So you can't let up. When you hear Quinn talk about AJ Milwee, it was always positive. Now you're hearing Arch talk about AJ Milwee. It's always positive. And then AJ Milwee just describing Arch and how, this dude's prepared like a starter since he's touched down here, even though he knows and knew that he wouldn't be playing. His preparation each and every week was like a pro, and that's going to benefit him now that he actually is getting those starts, and he is QB1 here at Texas. So, yeah, I love what all the coaches are bringing to the table. Dwayne Aquino, AJ Milwee, Kenny Baker, hell, I did Chad Scott and what he's been saying, like all these coaches, man, like we knew Sark's done a hell of a job when coaches leave, bringing in other terrific coaches that fit what he's bringing to the table and the Texas culture. But when you hear these guys speak and just how lively and excited they are, and just it's, if you're a Texas fan, it's refreshing. That's for sure.
Yeah, it was good to meet Kenoto Hudson, the Nichols coach, and Michael Bimonte, who's helping out with the passing game coordination on the offensive side. A guy who Sark really trusts and wanted to hang on to. He was getting some looks from other schools. Texas ponied up and kept him. Sark, I keep saying this, but they're going for it, and Texas has come through. They paid the money to bring in Alan Clark as the edge coach. They upped the ante for Kenoto Hudson, for Michael Bimonte. Remember they brought in the Oklahoma State fullbacks, tight ends coach to help Jeff Banks as a H-back coach, and maybe short yardage ideas, but they're going for it. And Sark got what he wanted. And that's another reason that I think, Texas fans are, let me ask you this, Zay. Because I was gonna touch on this in the chip shot, and maybe I should just get a couple of mentions here and go into this, and we'll get into it in the chip shot. So yeah, let's do that. Hey, guys, if you're snoring, you need to take advantage of this incredible opportunity that we have here in Austin, Texas with the Sleep Cycle Center. Because if you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person next to you. It could be a sign of a serious health issue. And, Deion Sanders told everyone, get checked. Don't find out something that's too late. And snoring is one of those things. All you have to do is talk to Dr. Chad Denman, who, founded the Sleep Cycle Center because his father died of sleep apnea at the age of 60. He wants to make sure that everybody gets checked. And because of his association with Texas Sports Unfiltered, when you go to sleepcyclecenters.com to set up an appointment and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, they're going to take $100 off your sleep study. That sleep study is everything. That's how Dr. Chad finds out what level, if you have sleep apnea, what level it is. He's got the best technology to detect the levels of sleep apnea, and he's got all the remedies, from an oral appliance like I have, a mouth guard that holds your lower jaw open while you're sleeping so you get that oxygen, to surgery, whatever it, he's got you covered. And again, this is in Austin. It's in the Arboretum. It's in Lakeway. Take advantage of this, while it's available to you. I can speak from personal experience. SleepCyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Cover three. Let's go. Tiger Brown is back in town. He's taking all the tests to get the real estate license in Texas after having his real estate license in Colorado. It's not interchangeable. So he's finishing that up, but he's working at Cover 3 brunch on the weekend. He'll be there this Sunday for brunch. Probably catch him. He's working pretty much every day. I think he's working tonight. But get over to Cover 3. Enjoy great food, great service, great vibe, great atmosphere, great place for you to meet up with your homies, have a great meal. Of course, watch your favorite team. Baseball's going crazy right now. It's just the place. It's the place to hang. It's my joint. It's my jam. And audiovisual consultations, our guy, Tom McKay. Such a great supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered. We appreciate him so much. I appreciate him because he's put big screen TVs in 3 different houses for me in my 30 plus years in Austin. And I appreciate him for that. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens. Football season is here, kids. What are we, 32 days from Texas, Ohio State? Don't get left behind. Make sure that you've got the big screen of your dreams for football season, the surround sound, electronic shades, new lighting, surveillance, you name it. Anything audio or visual, our guy Tom McKay has got you covered. All you need to do is call 255-8678. Of course, that's area code 512. 255-8678. Or go to avconsultations.com. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. All right, Zay. Look, the hype train for the chip shot today, the hype train is rolling. I mean, it's like a bullet train. It's like one of those bullet trains over there in France. Hummer was over there. Forgot to ask him if he took the hovercraft or the bullet train. But there's a lot of excitement, obviously, around Texas football. And I'm not going to lie. I mean, with the way that the coaches talked today, there should be a lot of excitement. Look, the schedule is rough. Texas could lose to Ohio State. They could lose to Florida. They could lose to OU. They could lose to Georgia in Athens. That would be crushing. Texas has the longest winning streak in true road games in the nation at 11. It's a winning streak that has spanned 22, 23, 24, 3 years, and includes wins at then number 3 Alabama, of course, the defending national champion Michigan Wolverines, and will be severely tested when they go to Columbus on August 30th. But this team is going to get better and better. And the thing that always drove me crazy kind of about some of the teams that were on the field for Texas in the 15 years that they were kind of roaming the wilderness is they didn't get better from week to week. You'd see them play one really good game and then turn around and lose a game they shouldn't lose. Under Charlie, it was a lot of heartbreak, a lot of double-digit losses. Under Herman, you had head-scratching non-conference losses to Cal and Maryland. You're losing. You got a 10-point lead against Iowa State with a Big 12 title game berth on the line in 2020, and they lose it. Just like head-scratching stuff. The thing you love about where this program is for Texas right now is that they've gotten better. They've gotten better from year to year. And after the 21 season with the record 6-game losing streak, the longest losing streak since 1956, you're like, uh-oh. And this team couldn't close the door on teams. Remember, they had double-digit leads against Oklahoma State, Baylor, OU. They lost them all. And so we don't talk about that anymore. We talk about a team with great culture, great toughness. And now you got guys climbing over each other to get to the football facility because they have to. If they want to get on the field, they're going to have to outwork, outwit, outplay. Sound like a Survivor ad. But they're going to have to outwork, outwit, outplay the guy in their room who's ahead of them. And by getting pushed, whether it's at right tackle or, Neto Umezulu getting pushed by Nate Kibble and Jaden Chapman and Connor Stroh, all of this, all the corners that are duking it out, Santana Wilson. No one talks about Santana Wilson. That dude led the team in interceptions in the spring and is just a specimen tough guy, Jordan Johnson Rebel. I mean, it's ridiculous, the talent on this team. And special teams wasn't great last year, but all those guys that I just mentioned are going to be impact guys. And you're going to add in guys like Bo Barnes and some of these freshmen who are maybe not Santana Wilson. If he's not in that starting corner rotation or in the rotation period, watch him light it up on special teams. You got to run. You got to want to tackle. You got to have speed to play special teams for Jeff Banks. But with the new kicker, Mason Shipley, who I love because he's so even keeled. This guy's a married man, and he was the backup with Jake Bates at Texas State, behind Seth Kellner, who had a great year at Texas State in 22, and then transferred to Kansas, got some NIL money, went to Kansas, and our man Mason Shipley was about to give it up. It's like, I'm tired. I'm trying to walk on. My parents are paying for everything. My twin brother got a full ride to Hawaii right out of high school. We had the same stats. I didn't get doo-doo. And then he wins the job at Texas State and has a perfect year, 15 of 15 in 2023. So they've upgraded. Jack Bomeister, the punter, proven guy, 40-40 or 44.7 average coming out of Utah. They're going for it. And, the continuity, I wrote about the coordinator continuity. Texas is the only program in the Power Four, as well as Notre Dame, not to have a primary coordinator change in the last 4 years. It's rare. And this is a year where if Arch Manning can, show that he's got the offense down, can get protected by this offensive line, can get some dynamic playmaking on the perimeter from guys like Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore, Emmett Mosley, Jack Endries, and others, then this could be a really special year. And look, when Texas went to Ohio State in 2005 and won against a defense that had A.J. Hawk, Bobby Carpenter, Anthony Schlegel. On offense, he had Santonio Holmes, future Heisman winner Troy Smith, although Justin Zwick got a lot of run in that game, and thank Jim Tressel for that. But this could be a special year because, look, if Texas gets into that playoff, not if, they absolutely have to be in that playoff or this will be a total disappointment of a year. But think of how they will have been tested at that point. Having played at Ohio State, having played at Florida, having played at Georgia. So Zay saw what I saw, a bunch of confident coordinators. They like being around each other. They have good chemistry. Players pick up on that. It's like kids. If the parents are fighting and there's discord, the kids are like, uh-oh, something's off. But these coaches are tight. They're tied together. They have great chemistry. They want to win it. They all want that ring. And so I think there's a lot of reason for optimism. Now, Zay, this is the question I was going to ask you. If Texas isn't in the national championship game this year, is it a disappointment?
Yes, absolutely.
After going to the semifinals 2 years in a row, and you got everything back. I mean, obviously, 4 new starters on the offensive line. We get it. 2 new interior defensive line starters. But look, Arch is in his 3rd year in this offense. So he should be able to, look, Ohio State is going to bring everything they've got. But he should get better as the season goes on. You lose to Ohio State. Okay, it's not the end of the world. But you're going to have to play your ass off to beat Florida. You're going to have to play your ass off to beat OU. And then you got to stay focused in those next few games before you get to Georgia and Arkansas and A&M. So I think there's a lot of reason for optimism. I'm with you. This is a national championship game. Really national championship.
Yeah.
I hate to say national championship or bust because
Say it with your chest.
but it is that. And think about this. Like it should be for 2 years. It should be for 2 years. Yeah. You could almost say this year, it's like you could get to the game, but you should win a national championship in the next 2 seasons because of your roster. You've got Colin Simmons for 25 and 26. You've got Arch Manning maybe for 25 and 26. You need that receiver room to come on because DeAndre Moore, Emmett Mosley, and Ryan Wingo are all draft eligible. No, Wingo's not. No. But we agree. Yeah. We agree.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, before we get to the right call, let me ask you this. Same question I asked Hank. Which coach impressed you the most today?
That's a tough one because, like, if you're just saying coordinators, I love me some Jeff Banks. I mean, he should be a head coach already. I said that the day he got hired that he's going to be the first guy to become a head coach. If not for the monkey gate, he'd probably be the head coach at his alma mater. And he should have. And look, he doesn't need to take a mid-level G5 job. He's good enough where he should land in a P4 conference. But love me some Jeff Banks. Thought Kyle Flood was really funny and fun and engaging. Thought PK was really transparent when he said the top 4 corners are Manny Muhammad, Jalen Gilbo, Kobe Black, and Warren Roberson. He just said it. Like Mark Orfe is like, we got 3. We should have 4 soon. But I'll tell you a guy who just oozes confidence is Alan Clark. That dude is an assassin. And he's like, Colin Simmons, we're working on his technique, man. He's like, he was bored last year.
Bored?
And he's like, yeah. And he's like, he's got, I said, are his physical tools, physical gifts so above and beyond that he kind of ignores the technique. And he said, yeah, he was bored. So now he's like, I'm giving him tools. I'm going to go help him make that money. I love Alan Clark. Like that dude's a savage. I think he's the baddest man in the room. So, I mean, he's just like, if you're talking to him, you're like, I mean, think of all the guys he's coached. Remember, I wrote that story about how, he went to work as a coach. Like he was trying to make it in the NFL. Then COVID hit. And so to pass time, he started coaching with Brian Hudson down in Houston, who, trained all these top NFL guys. And Alan Clark was so good, and the NFL guys all liked him so much, like Daniil Hunter, that Brian just kept giving him more and more work to do. And, he ended up working with, Max Crosby and freaking, one dude after another, Ed Oliver and Jeffrey Simmons. And he loves him some Ethan Burke. Okay. He said, I only got one senior in my room and it's Ethan Burke. And he's like, I told Ethan when I went on vacation, I'm like, you're in charge. He's like, take charge. And Burke, he's like, Burke loves it. Burke is hungry. He said, Burke is hungry. I said, is he like a little bit like Max Crosby? He said, he'll get there. He said he's got a lot of the same tools and he's gotten stronger. And he was already strong.
Yeah, the hell?
I think Ethan Burke. I think we're sleeping on Ethan Burke. But, yeah, I'll say L.A., Alan Clark.
Alan Clark. Okay. I like it. Now, I heard what you said about Jeff Banks. I showed BK this picture yesterday. When Jeff Banks was on vacation, This is what he was getting into.
Hey now.
Hey now, Coach Banks. That's what I'm talking about. I don't want to hear nothing about Monkey Gate no more. You
Hey.
have a monkey when you're with a woman like this.
She looks happy.
She looks happy.
The pole assassin.
Yeah. Legend. Yeah, Jeff Banks. Yeah, he good in my hood any day of the week. On, off the field, everything. Jeff Banks.
Jeff Banks. He's rolling. The bank is open.
Bank's always open, baby. Bank's always open. That's my guy. Oh, man, that's funny.
All right, let's get to the right call.
Yeah, because I'm going to hit you with a couple of things. It's been a while since we've been together, so the right call, a little bit of catching up. I'd love to get your opinion on that. But before that, got to get to some of these mentions like Covert BK, family-owned, operated here in the ATX, Central Texas area for over 100 years. They've been committed to providing customers with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, and I've seen it firsthand. Wifey and I, Covert BK people, love our Buick Encore GX. Going to take it to Houston in a few weeks to see some family, and I'm excited about that trip because I'm in a vehicle that I love being in, and you can be like us too. Again, new pre-owned, it doesn't matter. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, Cadillac, GMC, and Buick. Go to covertbk.com and see all the latest specials and inventory. It's all not about the sell. It's all about making you feel good. It's not about meeting that quota. No sleazy car salesman vibes that you get. The process was smooth for my wife and I and easy. So again, go to covertbk.com, see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So first off, I got to ask you about the Jaden Blue situation. Which Jaden Blue, Cowboys training camp, it's early, but he's been turning heads. Catching one-hand catches, running the ball, home run style. We know what Jaden Blue's all about. It's just this fumbling issue. But when you were gone, our guy that's been a part of Chip and Zay, one of Chip and Zay's good friends, Glenn Stretch Smith, he heard from one of his credible sources with the Cowboys that Jaden Blue, I'm paraphrasing here, but the main thing that came out was Stretch's comments, which were on the Locked In Cowboys podcast, is that Jaden Blue is lazy, or they've seen some laziness in some of his early workouts before camp. Now, I talked about this with BK, talked about this with E. Henry. Couldn't wait for you to jump back on to hear your thoughts on this story because you were around Jaden Blue a ton. Never heard those things coming from you throughout all his ups and downs this past season. Never not saying Glenn Stretch Smith is a liar at all. He could definitely have heard these things. But it's a very interesting story that, yeah, it was a week ago, but it's still fresh. And that's still going to be a thing that we look at going into Jaden Blue's rookie year. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, Jaden Blue was an interesting guy coming out of Klein Kane. We know he opted not to play his senior year because of COVID, but then that was a surprise to the Texas coaches, and they were like, maybe you should play. And he tried to play, and the coach put it to a team vote, and they said no. Now, he played with Matt Golden, and I asked Matt Golden about Jaden Blue all during last season, and Matt Golden said Jaden Blue is a dynamic playmaker. And I thought, and look, Tashard Choice said he needed to mature. And he said being behind Bijan Robinson and Jonathan Brooks made him mature because he saw Bijan Robinson go as the top pick in the NFL draft. And then he saw Jonathan Brooks go as the top running back taken in the NFL draft. Last year didn't go exactly the way Jaden Blue wanted it. He played great against Michigan. Then he had the little injury, and then he came back against Mississippi State, had the 2 lost fumbles, got put on the bench. But think of all the big plays that Jaden Blue made last year. The blind catch against A&M in a 17-7 win. The 2 touchdowns, the only 2 touchdowns that Texas had in the CFP semifinal against Ohio State. The 77-yard run to stretch the lead against Clemson. Like, Jaden Blue is an unbelievable playmaker. Now, I also was the one that, reported that he canceled on the East-West Shrine game the day before he was supposed to report. They'd already had his jersey in the locker. He took a spot from someone else, and it was his mom calling and saying, hey, Jaden's not going to be able to make it. And they're like, huh? Like, what happened? And it wasn't a great explanation. And so that makes me wonder if, like, Jaden Blue away from Tashard Choice is maybe he needs to, be more accountable. Like, this is a job now. You're getting paid. And if you lose this job, and maybe, look, he was getting paid last year. I'm not saying that. But now it's you get cut, you're going to get another chance with another team. But, and he's too talented. He, like we said. But Jaden's an interesting cat. And Tashard Choice said that he definitely needed to mature, and he did. And Jaden was a perfect citizen last year on the team. Remember, he'd show up for press conferences carrying the football after he had a fumble. He was very accountable, transparent. He was one of my favorite players last year as a person and a player. And so it's good that this happened now. Early enough in camp for him to get it straight. I'm sure Tashard Choice, even though he's with the Lions, probably heard about it and said, hey, dude, this is a business now. You got to do everything 10 times better than you did it in college, because you don't get to choose where you're going, and you don't get to choose the team with the best running backs coach. They choose you. And this is the beginning of the business side of it. And you're with the Dallas Cowboys, and they need help at running back. So, yeah, I'm hoping that this was the wake-up call that Jaden Blue needed to say, okay, all right, I got it. Here we go. Because he's super talented, despite having 8 1/4 inch hands.
Yo, man, he had that one-handed catch in camp that's been going around social media. So even though he had small hands,
he's got good hands.
Stick 'em. Yeah, he got that stick 'em on his hands.
Catch.
So, yeah, he could definitely catch. And that's what makes him so valuable. Just not only is he good in the backfield, but he's going to get the Cowboys out of a lot of situations of what he could do as a wide receiver. And we saw Steve Sarkisian, how he utilized him in that way. I'm sure Brian Schottenheimer, he's seeing it firsthand, and the big reason why he was a sleeper in this draft. So, yeah, I didn't like those comments that came out, because I want the best for Jaden Blue. But you're right, Chip. He has every opportunity to prove a lot of people wrong, and he even said it in his IG story post that he's willing to do that. Like, he heard the story. Like, let's not. He heard the story that
he
Smith
went at Stretch.
He went at Stretch. He heard that story. It was like, yo, all right, y'all talking crazy because it's a lie. Whatever y'all saying, I'm all about this thing. I'm taking it seriously. I'm gonna show everybody that's doubting me. Which you love that in a player. He's still my rookie of the year, even though I know that's an extreme take. But I'm sticking with it, baby. I'm sticking with it. All right. On another note, something that's just crazy. Saw this past weekend. Bijan Robinson. Bijan Robinson. He was on NFL Network. They asked him about his name and if we've been saying it right the whole time. He was like, no, y'all are saying it wrong. People think it's Bijan. It is not Bijan. We've been calling them that ever since he touched down at Texas. It's Bijan Robinson.
Bijan.
Yeah, Bijan or
Bijan
Mustard.
is French.
Yeah. Now, is this
Bijan Robinson?
because you were part of being wrong like everybody else? Like, why didn't you tell anybody? Why
didn't you tell anybody?
Finding out about this year
He's
3?
He's like, he's such a nice guy.
That's what I said.
That he's like, yeah, whatever. Just call me Bijan. But it's Bijan.
Hey, but
it's like that kid, it's like A-Chain. It was, A-Chain? A-Chan?
A-Chan now. Yeah, Devon A-Chan, the former A&M running back. Now,
right. The whole time he was in College Station, people got it wrong. I mean, it's spelled A-C-H-A-N-E. Looks like A-Chain.
Don't sleep on Atlanta this year. You know, those are my Falcons. Kirko, he couldn't get it done last year. Michael Penix with his do-rag, it's on and popping. Now Bijan Robinson letting people know, hey, I'm sticking my foot down. That nice Bijan Robinson that y'all saw.
But how much of that is to sell some more mustard?
I don't know.
Bijan Dijon. And I've had his mustard. It's good. It's got some horseradish in it. It's got nice, I love that packaging. I don't know if they still remember that packaging. It's like some guy's at his door and Bijan answers the door and the guy's like, it was weird. It was like, I'm here to fix your air conditioning or whatever. It was crazy. I loved it though. I mean, Bijan is awesome cat.
Yeah.
But he is selling Dijon mustard. Don't forget that.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like they're selling it down there in Atlanta. Them Atlanta folks, they need a little in their life, but hey, don't sleep on him. Offensive player of the year. Don't sleep on that. That team. London, another year under his belt. That team could be something this year.
I like
weak division, man.
I like that team. I like oh my gosh, the coach. He was at K-State.
Oh yeah, I already get this wrong.
I gotta
Raheem Morris.
Love me some Raheem Morris. Yeah, you got Penix, you got depth at quarterback, you got Bijan, you got Tyler Algier, Drake London. Mooney was really good for them.
I don't know about this Kyle Pitts. See, that's the thing. He's always the X factor. It's every year. The Kyle Pitts hype every year. This is the year. This is the year where he separates himself from a lot of these tight ends out here, and it never pans out. And maybe Michael Penix is that quarterback that can unleash the talent that we've been waiting on with Kyle Pitts. It's one of the biggest question marks coming into this NFL season for any of these teams, because we know Kyle Pitts, he's a different type of athlete at that tight end spot. Just can he put it all together? I think Michael Penix, one of those underrated guys that could be a Pro Bowl quarterback this year. I'm very high on Atlanta. Like,
hey, they took that wild swing at James Pierce. Some people felt they took him way too high in the draft, but they also got Billy Bowman from OU. I think Billy Bowman's going to be a player. They got Jalen. Wait, did they get Jalen Walker too?
Yeah.
Like they loaded up on defense, man. Jalen Walker, James Pierce, Billy Bowman. They still have Taquan Graham. Watch out for them dirty birds. Is that what you're telling me?
Shout out Jamal Anderson, that dirty bird, baby. You're bringing it back. Let's go.
Come on, man. All right. Looks like our time is up. Let's bring in the open gym. Patrick and Matt. What up, fellas?
What's up, guys?
How we doing?
Going in here, doing good on a Tuesday afternoon. Doing good. Yeah, the Falcons were the ones who said that we couldn't miss on one defensive end, but we really still like the other defensive end. So we're gonna take both edges in this draft and give the Rams a free first-round pick. Just ridiculous.
Yeah.
But they tried to get pass rushing last year and it didn't work. So I mean, I don't know if it's gonna work, but yeah, unless they combine for like 12, 15 sacks this year, it's a failure. Because like you drafted those guys to pass rush now. They got to be able to pass rush.
Yeah, and they don't have Grady Jarrett anymore. They had a pretty good defensive line there for a minute. We'll see. Now they have Ruka or Horo. I just butchered that name so bad. I gotta go. We'll see you tomorrow, though.
See y'all tomorrow. We roll in here to Open Gym. Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI, as we roll into a Tuesday afternoon show. Matt, it's good. Have you got a good week, a good start so far? We didn't even talk about the weekend. You had a good weekend, good start. Ready to roll into this week? If the last week where we get a football game on a Thursday.
Man, I'm just excited that football's back. That really set me off on the right foot this week. We had a great show yesterday because we just got to talk about something actually, football that's real, that's tangible. And it's not going to stop until February.
No, it's going to keep rolling. It's going to keep rolling on. If you guys want to join the show, you can hop on our chat on Facebook, Twitch, X, and of course YouTube, where you can like and subscribe. What's up, CB? Good to see you. And you can also hit us up if you're on a phone, not necessarily watching, but listening on the app or wherever else. You can hit us up on the Coda text line 512-222-9328 to join the conversation. Going to get into a lot of the media availability for all of the coordinators and coaches in Texas today. Got some good clips out of that. Some good lines, some good little breaks about what's going to be happening in Texas this year. So I want to get through all of that, get into some NFL stories as well, what's happening around camp, and some good news for the Cowboys and some bad news for the Cowboys both today. So we'll get into all of that as we continue to get into it. And Matt, let's start off talking about a little bit of the availability of the coaches and coordinators today on campus. It did feel through the videos, through the people I've talked to who are down there, through everything you've seen, that this was that there's a level of confidence going into this season, that everybody feels pretty good about it, being in the nice new building and the nice area where they can come out and break out. And it felt like these coaches really feel like there's something special going on 2 times in the playoffs now, and being able to pull out feel like you're going into something special with Arch into year 3 now of trying to hit the playoffs again. And, I think one thing and you heard it in some of the clips and some of the people, that it wasn't so much of like making the playoffs or playing for a national championship. You kind of heard the narrative more of like when we win a national championship and when we win it. Not now when we make the playoffs, if we get there, it feels like that bar has definitely been raised.
Yeah, and it's not a confidence that's it's not a cocky confidence. It's not a entitled confidence. It's just, sort of a quiet, sort of determined confidence, I think, that was kind of emanating from all of these coaches. It's not, they're not taking things for granted. It's just more of a, we know what we have. And we've seen what we need to compete, and we believe in our heart of hearts that we have that. So that was really interesting to see. I feel like they're in an extremely good position to compete for a national championship this year. And I think the only thing that is going to make this program feel like this is a successful season is holding up that national championship trophy at the end of the year. And that's kind of the vibe that I was getting from the coaches.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say I do think that you can have a successful season without winning the national championship, but it's there's a lot of things that have to go right for it to still be successful. I don't think it's, natty or bust at this point, but it's darn close to it. Because this feels like, if everything goes well and you are healthy going into that stretch of the season, you don't feel like there should be any stones unturned at this point. You feel like everybody's going to be coming back. Now, we'll know week 4, week 5, when we start to see a little bit more, of what the weaknesses are, of where the holes are in this team, of how vital those are. We'll see if the red zone offense starts to turn around. I think basically once we get to that Red River rivalry, we'll start to know a little bit more about, okay, this is a team that, who we match up well with, who we don't match up well with, but you kind of got to roll into it as we go. I mean, hell, we just saw today DJ Lagaway showed up to camp and he's still in a boot. So, you don't know what's going to happen at any of these places, but that report that he's like, no, he still has a calf injury, so he's not even ready to go yet. And you're like, God, it's all the hype for that team and not going well. But let's go off on, we'll start with PK. And, him coming out today and asked a few questions. He was asked about Colin Simmons and, what he needs to do to take another step, which is kind of crazy because you're like, Colin Simmons was so effective with how he was used last year. And now he wasn't used nonstop. He wasn't, constantly in the game. And so maybe you could say maybe it's just more snaps. Maybe it's that. We know the report came out that he got LASIK done. So now he can see as well. So we know all these guys are starting to be able to see now, which I don't know how he saw. I don't know, again, how he have the ball get off that he had and got to the quarterback when he couldn't even see the ball very well. Maybe that helped. I don't know. Maybe the crystal clear vision will hurt. But basically his response was he needs to focus on the details and be more physical. And I think, focusing on the details is just, continue to work on your footwork and everything else. So when you do get in a play and, you're kind of coming around and they lead you one way, don't just go with it. Understand, the difference between run plays and pass plays and when you should be going for the quarterback and when they're suckering you in. But that's just with time that comes. And then the physicality to me is a big one for a lot of those young guys, which is you have to, when you play against really good teams that are going to be getting in front of you and have good footwork and have everything else, you still got to go push that guy and make him pay. You don't want to walk out of these games in the second half and their run game starts to work because you're getting beat up. You want to just put the hurt back on their offensive line and your defensive line starts getting in there. And I think that's the physicality they're trying to preach.
Yeah, I think that the most critical thing of playing defensive line, especially in the SEC, is setting the tone in the trenches.
Yes.
So I think that given the fact that Colin Simmons did not play, 100% of snaps last year, 90%, whatever the typical starting number of snaps would be for a Texas Longhorns edge defender, he's wasn't always faced with a situation where he's getting, run at constantly. He wasn't always facing situations where he had to show necessarily all of the physicality that he's capable of or that he needs to put out there because he's, for the most part, just strictly used in pass rush situations. So that's going to be a big adjustment for him. I think playing full time as the starter is, every single play of the entire football game going, face mask to face mask with a very physical left tackle from, Florida or Oklahoma or Texas A&M or whatever the case may be. And the details thing as well, I think is kind of in the same vein as that. It's, you're playing every snap now. You need to be able to diagnose when this is an RPO, when this is a zone read, when this is a screen pass or whatever. So you're not just screaming after the quarterback on every single play that you're in the football game. When this lineman starts to pull and go the other way, you need to be able to diagnose that and reset your feet and go in a different direction. So I think all those things are going to be very easy for him to pick up as camp goes on, as the season goes on, and he gets more reps. But I mean, honestly, the main takeaway I had from that comment is there's really not much that this guy needs to work on. If he could just hone in on the details and make sure that his body holds up and that he's doing his job to set his edge, the sky's the limit for this kid.
We also heard PK talk about Jonah Williams, saying he's picking it up quick. We'll get into a little bit more of that secondary as it goes on, but Jonah Williams, they're definitely trying to find ways to use him and get him involved whenever you have a 5-star talent like that. But then he talked about Michael Taft and really what he means to this defense, and that he's like, he can fix things out there. We make the wrong call sometimes. You pick a bad defense that isn't there, and then you have this guy out in the backfield, playing defense, who can sit there and start to pick it apart and tell everybody else and communicate, guys, we're in the wrong position. We got to fix it. And what that means, it's just so huge having him come back this season.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you love to hear that stuff about Jonah Williams, and I expect him to be a pretty big contributor on this defense when it's all said and done. But the Michael Taft thing is his presence in that secondary is so critical just from, I mean, he's obviously a playmaker. He's obviously a leader. But his ability to diagnose opposing offenses and reset the defense when they need to make an adjustment. I mean, Pete Kwiatkowski can see the personnel that the offense puts out on the field, and he can call play based on that personnel and all those things. But then what if they make a shift? What if they call an audible at the line, they kill the play, they send a receiver to the other side of the field, they move a running back into the slot, they move a tight end out into the slot? That's when it's so critical to have a guy like Michael Taft on the field who doesn't necessarily need to hear it in the headset and get the call from Pete Kwiatkowski to make the adjustment. He can just do it right there and then tell, Jalen Gilba, okay, you need to go down there on the slot. You need to move over that way. You need to drop back. So, I mean, having him back there just with another year of experience too, with already having that all under his belt, is just going to be huge for Texas.
Yeah, no, it's going to be gigantic for them this season. And, that's the question really for me with Michael Taft is like, how much do they have him out on the field? And, how do you try and keep him out on the field as much as possible? We know they love to rotate guys. 2 years ago, it became a problem of how much they were rotating the safeties, that it was just too much rotation. I think they slowed it down a little bit last year, but now there's some guys out there that you're just like, how many plays do you not want to have Colin Simmons, Anthony Hill, and Michael Taft on the field? And so I know you want to rotate them because you want them to be there and healthy and ready to go in the fourth quarter, and they got to play a long season. But that's going to be a big piece of it. How do how many plays can you get them out there? And when you take them off the field, how much are you going to give them a rest before they're right back out there? And are you trying to give them maybe a first and a second down somewhere, and then on third down, pop them back out to make sure you get the stop? That rotation is going to be really interesting as it goes on. We saw that PK also talked about the defensive tackles, basically said between the transfers and Alex January, they will all play. There's no starters yet. He won't say, he said basically it's going to be hard to figure out the starters, but he was like, Cole Brevard looks good. Rod Watson looks good. Travis Shaw looks good. Hero Cano looks good. He's just saying everybody's looking good right now. So we're not quite sure. And then also Alex January is going to be there as well. So we know that he's another guy in that. It's like we're deeper than we were last year. We're looking better in terms of depth, but they haven't had the guy come out. And so you want to see that in camp, who starts to separate and becomes the guy.
Yeah, and whoever kind of separates himself and becomes the Alfred Collins or Tavondre Sweat or whatever the case may be of this football team is going to be very big. I like the fact that they're comfortable with their depth. He mentioned some of those transfers, but then you have Alex January is another one, but then you also have to talk about some of these other freshmen like Josiah Sharma and the guys they brought in there. Like, how do those guys fit into the rotation? Can they, kind of set a standard and be part of it and step up and be part of it? But I thought it was very interesting, sort of in that same vein, because a lot of us, including myself, were very much of the opinion that Justice Terry was going to be a part of that rotation.
Yes.
But
no,
he noted that he is working out on the edge almost exclusively.
So he's working at the jack position, which basically putting him where Ethan Burke has been, Colton Vosick is, and then they also said Umeozulu is also playing well in that role. I know.
Umeozulu.
That he's playing well in that as well, but they're training him more in that, which is somewhat interesting because it is a pass rusher, but the jack position does sit back in the run more as well. So you're not just a pass rusher, which we thought Justice Terry was going to be used more in that nose tackle pass rush kind of formation. But it feels like they're going to use him in some other places. Now, they may be cross-training him a little bit as well. So they may be putting him at the jack because they're like, we have a lot of other guys at defensive tackle. This is what we want to do at that position. And we also have a NASCAR package where we put multiple edges on the defensive line. So we'll use you in that. But we kind of want to put you out there, and then maybe we'll slide you in if we get some other guys. But we think your skill set is going to be used best in this kind of way. So it is interesting, and that falls into line too, though, with the questions about Colton Vasek that you were asking yesterday, is that puts a big kind of target on Colton Vasek's back to get it done and get ready like we want him to be, because if Justice Terry's sitting behind you trying to play that same position, then, I mean, that's a big dude that you don't necessarily want to be competing with of, I'm not quite there yet. I've had some injuries, and now there's this other guy who's going to be really great coming up behind me. So I'm curious what, where that ends up. If he stays at that jack position, if they move him over to the buck position and try and use him more as a pass rusher, a little bit more in that side where they have Colin Simmons. I think it's crazy to think you have a defensive line that Justice Terry and Colin Simmons are on the two edges next season as well. That's
pretty scary.
So I like the possibilities of that. It just was unexpected. Yeah. Cause we thought Justice Terry was going to play and be kind of the future of the defensive tackle position at Texas. But I guess in this defense, that's not 100% what they're trying to pull out of their defensive tackles. And maybe said his body type and everything else, he's not, we don't use him that way. So we want to put him in a position to have a little bit more ability to do things.
Yeah, and I think that's very exciting. And I'm not too concerned about what that might mean for Colton Vasek necessarily, because I think he can play either buck or jack. And at the end of the day, competition breeds champions. So it's gonna pull the best out of both of those guys, I think, and just make for a more competitive, better room. But then you also think about the fact that they're talking about Brad Spence is almost working exclusively at the jack position now, coming off the edge, which is very exciting news to me.
Well, he's at the buck position.
Is it the buck position?
He's at the buck position behind Colin Simmons now.
Okay, I got them reversed. So yes, he's working on the same side as Colin Simmons. I always get buck and jack reversed in my brain.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's working on the same side as Colin Simmons. So now you've got, another guy that you're kind of cross-training in another position that can do a lot of different things for you. He can spell Colin Simmons at points. If you really need him to get back there at linebacker, he can do it. But I think that the main thing that they thought of when they brought in Brad Spence was this guy's pass rushing ability is elite. So the more guys that we can have out on that edge and rotate, just like we like to do with the defensive tackles, the fresher they're going to be throughout the game and the more effective they're going to be throughout the game. And that's not to say that he's going to be taking a ton of snaps away from Colin Simmons necessarily, but he'll be able to come in spots that, maybe Colin Simmons just needs a break for a play or two. You can bring in Brad Spence and having another elite edge rushing guy off the edge. And that means that Trey Moore is probably going to sit there at linebacker a lot more during the season as opposed to being on the edge. And he'll still rush the passer in certain situations and stuff. But just the versatility of that entire front seven by moving those two guys to one side and the other is going to create so many different opportunities for rotations and mismatches and just depth and conditioning that they just really haven't had in years past.
No, and that's kind of the other part of that report is that Trey Moore is really, they feel pretty confident in him at that off-ball linebacker position, that they feel he can fall into that. And so when you look at it and say, well, we're going to try to put them both in there and have them both play, and they said, well, maybe Trey Moore is, we can find him in this linebacker position where he can still rush some, but Brad Spence is not necessarily going to be as good in coverage. So he's a liability a little bit more in some of the past, some of the scenarios we're going to run the linebacker. So why don't we just put him on the line and use his elite ability? We have that chance because we're so deep that another team, Brad Spence, is going to have to play every snap, but we're really deep, so we can have him and use him a little bit more appropriately to what his strengths are. So it is interesting because, you basically got a couple of things that you weren't sure about on that defensive line. So you say Justice Terry not on the defensive tackles. He's going to be working in the edge room And Brad Spence working in that edge room. Two guys that we thought were not going to be in that room, but it just gives you even more of how much depth and strength they have in that edge room right now. It's just a really great room. And even though you take Trey Moore out of it kind of now, I don't think you're losing much when you put Brad Spence and Justice Terry in. Maybe you lose a little bit more of a ability to be a all-around player, but I think he'll be able to add that in that linebacker position as well. And speaking of the linebacker position, he talked a little bit about Anthony Hill. PK did today at the availability, and talked a little bit more about Anthony Hill and getting him more and more comfortable in coverage. And to go with that, talked about playing a little bit more Tampa 2 this season, and that he liked what it gave them last year, ability to maybe spell the cornerbacks a little bit where they weren't, really having to put those cornerbacks out on an island and putting the secondary in such array. They put them in the Tampa 2. The Tampa 2 basically is in pass plays. When you read it right, your middle linebacker drops back into coverage. So that would take Anthony Hill and pull him away from necessarily rushing the quarterback. But you have those edges now. You have the other linebackers can rush. So you can put Anthony Hill in there and have him slide back. And then the really key fun part about it is you can show Tampa 2 and flip it at the last minute, and Anthony Hill comes in and kills the quarterback. So there's all of those options you can have, but it feels like this is another piece where Trey Moore, they're trying to get him more, again, versatility, always that start keyword. And then you add in Anthony Hill, they want to drop him back more in coverage, and Tampa 2, that's what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a kind of a standard cover 2 zone that is it's very versatile in the ways that you can use it against an offense, and you can do so many different things out of that look. Monty Kiffin made it famous with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers back in the 90s.
Yep.
And that's why it has the name Tampa 2. And the fact that you have a linebacker who can do so many different things in that package is it's really an advantage, because so much of the Tampa 2 is contingent upon the versatility of your front 7 and how they can rush the passer and how they can handle their zone responsibilities and those different things, so that you can give your cornerbacks a break and not have them chasing receivers around all day long, and they can sit there in their zones, and they have their 2 deep high coverage on the backside. So this is going to give Texas a lot of different ways to attack opposing defenses and really disguise their looks, which I'm really excited about.
Yeah, that disguising your looks, when you have so many different options as a pass rusher, to be able to have those changes and be able to put people in different situations, and to really use Anthony Hill's intelligence and game awareness to game plan against people. So you can have that step back, and they don't know, are you putting where's your running back or your tight end trying to look to chop somebody down and try and get somebody out? You don't really know where it's coming from. So I love to see that. One more thing from PK is he did mention that the top corner group, the guys that he thinks he's going to have out there, and he said this is in no order, is Jalen Gilbo, Manny Muhammad, Kobe Black, Warren Robertson, and he also mentions Cade Phillips. Those are the names that he put out there as the top corner group. We'll get into a little, but I mean, we can say that they've kind of said in a couple different places that they are expecting to have, 4 or 5 guys that they really trust in that room, and that they go out. Or if he talked a little bit about being honest and transparent and being like, hey, look, you're going to play. Some other guys are going to come in and get some snaps, but it's really, we want to have 4 or 5 guys that are the main people that are coming out of that room. So to see that's, starting to get some names down. That doesn't include the safety room, where we also got word that Michael Taff is also took some practices at the nickel position, or the star position. Some as well. So he worked at the nickel / star, kind of that role. He's been working on that in the off season. So, when you have a plethora of safeties, are there times where you move Michael Taft to a different space so that Jonah Williams gets in a game, or Derek Williams gets in a game, or Xavier Worthy gets in a game, and maybe one of these other guys gets in and gets a little bit more playing time because you can move Taff around a little bit more. I don't know, but that was mentioned today that he had worked at nickel some this offseason, which is an interesting other note there in that secondary.
Yeah, so I'll start with the corner stuff. I think that's kind of misleading in a sense. Like, I don't think they were intentionally trying to mislead anybody or anything like that. Yeah. But I think what it really sounds like to me is Manny Muhammad and then 3 or 4 other guys who are going to be competing. And like, you're going to spell Manny Muhammad occasionally, but he's going to be out there a lot of those snaps. There's no doubt about that. So you're trying to figure out who that second corner is and who comes in behind those guys to spell them. But Manny Muhammad is kind of there. I'm very interested in this Michael Taff star position thing because that is such a critical part of the defense. For those who don't know, it's kind of like a hybrid safety nickel role that, it helps out in pass. They help out in pass coverage. They help out in the running game. And that's what made Jahdae Barron so successful, is because he was so dynamic and can do both of those things at the same time. So that's why he played so much there. And, having a guy with the ball knowledge that Michael Taff has, being able to sit there in that star position and cover a tight end, but also help out in the run. We know how much he likes to get physical and get in on that run game. It's certainly interesting. My pick, he would not have necessarily have been a guy that I picked for that, just because I'm so used to him sitting there back at the free safety position and just patrolling the middle of the field. But if he's picking this thing up and he's succeeding with it, then that gives you an opportunity to have a guy like Derek Williams back there, or a Jonah Williams or Phil Same or whatever. And then, Jelani McDonald and Jordan Johnson-Rebel, just that whole, rotation of safeties back there being even more fresh. And that's when it makes a little bit more sense for you to rotate those guys, because you have Michael Taft playing the star position, 75 to 80% of his snaps, and you can still move him around, but it's certainly an interesting wrinkle that I wasn't expecting.
No. And I think for him too, it makes sense that he may want to work on it to get a different viewpoint of the defenses. And I think that's really when he starts getting to practice how he really can view the field from the star or from the safety, and to go, well, we're losing a lot of the communication when he moves up to the star, because now he's up a little bit closer, so he can't quite see everything as well as when he was in the back, and he could just get that full view of everything, and it kind of clicks in his brain. So I get why he's working on it, but it was an interesting piece. We'll know at camp how much they're actually putting him there versus him just kind of building something for his post-college career in the NFL, that he may be working on something like that to be more of a Jalen Petrie type guy in the NFL who can really play well in that run game. So I who knows if that's, just him doing his own offseason work or for the team, but that was noted today. So just something that comes out of it. We heard Jeff Banks speak today as well at the media availability. Big piece right off the bat, named who he believes the returners will be, the main returners at least, for Texas this season. And he listed DeAndre Moore, Ryan Niblett, and Trey Wisner as the 3 guys, and basically says he trusts those guys, and they're going to change up a little bit of what they do on the returns, where before they were trying to have a little bit more speed and Silas Bolden and make it a little bit more crafty. And this one is like, let's go be physical. Let's go push around some guys and get the ball, try and open up a hole, and have really smart, quick runners that can hit the hole and hit it fast, and they got great acceleration. But we're not going to try and have Silas Bolden run 20 yards backwards and then cut up and do like guys like that can do that. They don't necessarily have that guy this year. So it feels like the guys they trust. It's also not going with, we mentioned some of the names that they could go with their younger guys, but then we heard that word again, trust. And it's like, man, we're playing for too much to put somebody back there that we're not really fully in. And I mean, hell, we remember trust being a part when Keelan Robinson's got a cast and returning stuff. And we're like, why the heck? He's got a cast on. How is he returning? But that was, he trusted. Sark trusted Keelan Robinson in that role. So I think trust is a big piece of it.
Yeah, and I think that, part of it is the trust, and in the sense that they're not going to try and make a bigger play than is available to them on the field. Like when you're running back and forth and trying to outrun guys to the edge and it's not there, so you reverse, like that can end up being a big loss for you in a lot of times. I think that a lot of it has to do, and this is going to sound very simple and very stupid in a sense, but it's true. I think a lot of it has to do with just securing the football and not setting yourself up for mistakes, because, those are all guys that have sure hands. They've got speed and they've got breakaway ability, but they've all got sure hands.
Yes.
Where if you're, at your 10-yard line waving down a fair catch and you've got 5 Georgia Bulldogs screaming in your face, coming towards you and yelling at you to drop the ball, that it's not going to affect you. You're just going to haul it in, call a fair catch, and you're going to be good to go. I think that's a very underrated part of the punt return game specifically, because there's been a lot of mistakes that Texas has made there over the years with players that have, muffed punts or this, that, or the other. So that's certainly a part of it on the punt return game. On the kick return game, I think it's more of the fact that, like, the physicalness that you spoke of, just using your physicality to outmuscle guys, hit the hole and run, instead of trying to create a lot out of nothing.
No, and that Jeff Banks was asked about what do you need to play on special teams, and he was like, look, you have to have speed. And that's just not return, but everywhere. It's like you have to have speed. You have to be able to get down the field. Either way, you got to be able to have speed, initiate the contact or initiate the breakthrough, whatever it is. But he was like, look, it's trusting your teammates so that you are being in the right place at the right time, and physicality. Once again, really driving that point home early in the season. It's the SEC. We have to be physical. I know we're good. And I think that this is kind of goes into a world of realizing in the SEC and realizing your success in year one. Maybe some players might get complacent in the world of, well, we're more talented, so we don't necessarily have to be as physical. And like, no, to win in the SEC, we have to be the most physical team. You talked about it earlier in the show, Matt. The defensive line, you want to set the line of physicality, and you really want to do that in every place in the SEC.
Yeah, absolutely. Special teams is 100% one of those. And I mean, just speaking off the top of your head, Patrick,
yes,
can you name me at least 2 guys that are more reliable in terms of breakaway ability, trust, and physicality than DeAndre Moore and Trey Wisner?
No, not at all.
It's really hard to think of any. And Ryan Niblett's been a guy that they've tried to insert into a few different spots throughout but he's a guy that's been in the program for a long time, and he's obviously earned that trust, so he certainly fits into that mold as well. But I can't think of 2 players who are more reliable, physical, and fast and explosive all at the same time than DeAndre Moore and Trey Wisner.
No, and I think DeAndre Moore and Trey Wisner are both types of guys that are walking into Jeff Banks' office and walking into Sark's office and saying, I don't care. I want to touch the ball. Put me on special teams. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't care. I get that, you're going to have multiple wide receivers, and I'm going to play as much. And Trey Wisner goes, I get CJ Baxter's back, and everybody's looking out. Give me the ball. Put me in special teams. I just want to play. I just want to be out there and make a difference. And both those guys seem like those dudes. So you're 100% right. Trust. And then you're like, who else on this roster would you rather go, all we need to do is secure the ball, move it forward, and, just simple play. On a kickoff return, all we have to do is get the ball to the 20, 25-yard line. Punt return, all we got to do is catch the ball. The rest is gravy if it's there. But that's all we got to do. I don't know if there's 2 more that I trust than those 2.
Yeah, and you talk about toughness. 2 of the toughest guys on the they're not the biggest guys. They're not the fastest guys necessarily. They've got speed. They've got some physicality, but those guys seek contact and they're not afraid of it. And just from my outside perspective, I feel like they are going to make opposing special teams not want to tackle them at a certain point, because they're going to be physical and they're going to lay the wood and they're not afraid of that contact.
I agree. Jeff Banks speaking on the tight ends, because he's the tight ends coach as well. He said Jack Indries gives us a proven pass receiver, and he also gives us a physical blocker in the box that's not necessarily the biggest guy. So he's saying this guy can do everything. He talked about him a little bit, that he can do everything out there on the field. He is a proven pass catcher, which is what they wanted to get out of that. But he's also going to be able to be an every down back. Then he also mentioned Jordan Washington. a guy that we spoke a lot about of who's going to be able to take that next step at tight end and feel good. And the weight gain, the muscle mass put on by Jordan Washington. He came in last season, he said, at 218. He comes in this year at 260 is what Jeff Banks put him on. He's an every down tight end now because he always had the catching. He just wasn't a big enough guy and ready to be an every down blocker. But at 260, that's a lot of muscle that dude put on. So if he still has that speed and ability, expect Jordan Washington to get into some of these games and at least be on the other side of the ball in the tight end. But he may get a few catches this season as well, trying to gear up and put himself in position to be the lead guy next season or the season after, whenever injuries walks away.
Yeah, and we talked about this yesterday. Who's going to be that second tight end that really steps up and asserts himself in that role? And it really sounds like Jordan Washington put in the work this offseason to put himself in a position to earn it. And, I mean, 42 pounds of muscle. I mean, it's probably not all muscle, but like 42 pounds.
I want to. It's one of those guys. You always just like, let me see the photo. Let me see the photo of Jordan Washington.
That 42 pounds in. So is he saying since the start of fall camp last year?
No, I think from the start of fall camp last year.
Okay, so regardless, 42 pounds in 42 pounds in a calendar year is effing insane. Like that's a lot of work that guy's put in. So I'm sure that he's really, kind of taken the bull by the horns and they've noticed. And so he's going to be able to fit into that kind of, while Jack Endries is doing the Gunnar Helm thing, Jordan Washington's going to be able to do the Juan Davis thing, but maybe add a little bit more in the receiving game than Juan Davis was able to add and really open things up for that offense when they're in two tight end sets.
Yeah, so that was a big piece. That was just surprising. I'm like, that seems crazy to put on that much weight for Jordan Washington, but hopefully that all looks good. Kyle Flood spoke to the media as well today, was asked about the offensive line, and the first piece was that Baker and Kojo are going to compete for that starting right tackle spot. He's like, look, someone's got to go take it. It is not Baker's giving off. A lot of people thought that Baker was a front runner, that he was most likely that I was going to be the guy, but Andre Kojo apparently is right there with him. They're going to be competing for that job. And he also mentioned, you're going to be able to tell who's going to be doing well and who's got the ability because you're playing an elite edge room as well. So it's going to make you a lot better to play against that edge room on both sides for sure. And then also adding the fact of you're going to be able to tell if you can't block, we're going to be able to tell because we got some really good edges on the other side.
Yeah, and I'm just looking up Brandon Baker's size real quick, because it seems like these are two guys. Let me make sure that I'm not wrong here. Yeah, these are two guys that have very different body types, which makes it particularly interesting to me. So Brandon Baker's 6'4", 308 pounds, a little bit more of an athletic build, a little more muscular, kind of like more of a Trevor Gooseby type. Yeah. Whereas Andre Kojo is 6'6", 335 pounds, a definition of a big human that can just get out there and move people, right? So he kind of fits in more to the Cam Williams type mold of just a big, powerful kind of guy, whereas Brandon Baker is a little bit more of a finesse athletic. I mean, I'm not saying he can't be physical, but just different types of players. And so maybe it kind of depends on which, which way that like these guys affect the offense that makes them run the way that they want to do it, if that makes sense. Yes. Like if we want to be a more physical run team, maybe Andre Kojo is the answer at right tackle because it allows us to be more physical and get more of a push up front. Whereas if they're trying to, sit back a little bit more in pass coverage, maybe Brandon Baker's the guy because he can also run block, but he's more of a polished pass blocker. Yeah. So it's certainly an interesting. I would have thought that Brandon Baker had it locked down, but if Kojo's making a push, then like I said earlier, competition breeds champions, and it'll bring the best out of both of them.
Exactly. He also said when he was asked, Kyle Flood was asked about the young players and young guys trying to get an opportunity on the offensive line. He's like, there's no favorites. There's no the best 5 players are going to play. So there is a competition at every spot and every place. There is a competition. So we expect certain guys to start, but he's best 5 players are playing. You know, there's, you know, I know DJ's your one returning starter, but even that, you know, you want to go beat DJ out for that spot, go beat him out for that spot. It's going to be hard to do, but they're trying to breed that competition on the offensive line this year because I think they want to have, you know, we talked about it with some of their quarterback spots where it's, you know, we want you to win the job. We want a quarterback to win the job, not for me to hand you the job because there may be resentment somewhere along the line if I hand you the job. I want some people to go out there and take these jobs because we need those kind of dudes on the offensive line because those are the guys who are going to get us in the end zone when it's 4th and 1 at the 1 yard line. Those guys will get us in. And it won't even have to be 4th and 1 because we'll already get the damn ball in before 4th down. That's who we want. And so just because you're in line does not mean it's your job. You want to have that competition. You want to have that fire. You want to have the ability that everybody knows halfway through the season. If you're not getting it done, there's someone behind you. And it's hungry here at Texas, and, you know, everybody can compete. So we think, you know, I still think that the favorites are the favorites, but at that same point, it's open, man. We have to figure out something at their offensive line for running the ball a little bit better in the SEC and definitely controlling the line of scrimmage in the red zone.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the controlling the line of scrimmage in the red zone is probably the most important piece of this because you can move the football down the field with finesse as much as you want to, but when you get in there with, you know, in the red area with, you know, within the 15-yard line or the 10-yard line, and you can't run the football against a physical defensive front like Ohio State or Georgia, you're settling for a field goal. And the guys that go out there and have that extra push to say, no, I'm gonna be the one that sets the tone here. I'm gonna bring out this nasty streak, and I'm gonna put this guy on his ass so that Cedric Baxter can get through the line and get a touchdown. I think that's what they're really looking for more than anything else. And competition is going to bring that out. Competition is going to separate. If all 5 of those guys know that if I don't put Justice Terry or Cole Brevard back 2 yards, then I'm going to lose my job. Then they're going to go out and they're going to try and do that on every single rep. And then they're going to take that forward into the season and be a much more physical offensive line.
Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, it's just the concept of when there's 22 guys lined up within 5-10 yards of their line of scrimmage, it's a lot harder to move the ball when there's like 16 to 18 and you have a couple more spaces because you got those safeties that are playing back. You got the linebackers maybe dropping into coverage. All that's gone in the red zone. And so it becomes just really, really tough to move the ball, especially running it, especially picking up short yardage. Texas had that problem for the last few years. They got to figure it out. And, you know, you got to protect Arch, but at least Arch is not stuck in a pocket. So if your pass pro is not as elite as it was last season, you can still roll out Arch in some situations and you can find ways to protect Arch a little bit better. But you really got to be able to move the ball a little bit better running the ball. And for Arch too, if you're able to move some guys to give him a few steps, that quarterback sneak will be a thing. That'll be a piece of it as well this season, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Speaking of Arch, Kyle Flood did also mention that Arch was really, really good at running the offense this offseason when they were hands off and the coaches couldn't do anything. They were impressed with what Arch did and, you know, what the guys are coming back with, that the reports they've heard and everything was really good, which you like to hear. And no surprise, he also said he expects Parker Livingstone to find a place in this offense. That one we've continued to hear throughout the offseason.
Yeah, I'm really high on Parker Livingstone after everything they had to say about him today and everything that I've heard about him in the past. He just seems like a guy who, you know, he might be a little underrated for various reasons, but he's got top end speed, he's physical, he's big, and it really seems like the more and more that he's been putting in the work in spring and throughout the summer and going into fall camp, it feels like he's entered that circle of trust.
Yeah.
So
for sure.
We talk about who's going to be that third wide receiver. Emmett Mosley is going to be there. We know what we have in Ryan Wingo and DeAndre Moore. Emmett Mosley is going to be there. He's not going to go away. But if Parker Livingstone can really take the bull by the horns and go in there and earn that third wide receiver position, I would not be surprised whatsoever. I think that he absolutely could be the number 3 guy. And then that makes you feel better because you still have him at Mosley on the roster. You still have some of these other young guys that can come in behind them and spell them at certain points.
Yeah.
But that third receiver is going to be a critical spot.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to know with Parker Livingstone is he is in Arch's circle of trust.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know if he's in Sark's yet. We keep hearing positive things, but we know for a fact he is in Arch's circle of trust. So when Arch is going into those rooms and they have the conversations of drawing up plays and what do you want to have, and he's going to be like, I trust Parker to get there. I've been working with him, and they're roommates. He can be like, every time I leave the house to practice, he's with me. And I know the Colton Shipley thing, and I know all that too. But it's not because he's not Jordan Shipley. But I think, but at the same part, you go, we've worked together so much because when we leave the room, we'll go get together with it. I don't think it's going to be that.
I really hope that I'm not sitting here on, November 1st watching Texas versus Vanderbilt and I hear, whoever, the Reese Davis or whoever's in the box going, and Arch and Parker Livingstone are roommates. And then the next week, and Arch and Parker Livingstone are roommates.
Dude, every single catch that guy makes, the first catch he makes in every game will be that. You know that. It's already
he hits
done.
His roommate for a 25-yard gain.
Yeah. Did you know? That's the best. Is like week 10, and someone goes, "Did you know that they're rooming?" Yeah, we've been watching. We're aware. So.
Did you know that Ryan Williams was 17 years old last year?
Yeah. That was like, it's the thing in pro wrestling. There became a part where everyone started doing moves like on the outside. So where the ring is on the apron of the ring, and they would do moves. And every time they did it, the announcer would go, "That's the apron's the hardest part of the ring." And it became a joke because every time there was a move, you just go, "It's the hardest part of the ring." And the ring announcer go, "It's the hardest part of the ring." And so that's the exact same thing. And there's just always those couple pieces that are always going to be, like Colt McCoy swimming across swimming across to save somebody, and all these other things will be stories that we just hear over and over and over again. Kyle Flood finally did talk about, he was asked about being there and how this team is somehow kept with success and everything else. Kyle Flood's been there, AJ Milwaukee's been there, PK's been there. It's like, how are you keeping this kind of group together where most coaches, most coaching staffs break up with any success, everyone's going off and taking bigger jobs. And he's just like, the relationships outside of football. That's the big piece. He's like, who Sark is as a person outside of football and off the field is probably one of the biggest reasons that this has been able to stick together. Is, we have such a good relationship off the field that when we get in and we're doing everything else, we enjoy it so much. We're also happy to be a part of it. That is why it's been able to last as long as it has.
Yeah, and continuity is the thing that
huge
is very difficult to come across in college football with coaching staffs. Because it happened to Texas this offseason. They lost Shard Choice. They lost their corner coach. It's a thing that you have to consider every single offseason. But when you've got a guy like Sark leading the charge, and you can have the continuity with your offensive coordinator, your defensive coordinator, your head coach, and Jeff Banks, who's been here the whole time as well, it really has a cascading effect outside of just the coaching room, because these recruits and these guys that are coming up in the program, they know, like, if I get to Austin my freshman year, it really seems like chances are I'm going to have Kyle Flood as my offensive line coach all 4 years that I'm at Texas. I'm going to have AJ Milwaukeee as my quarterback coach all 4 years that I'm at Texas. And I think that's a really big piece that a lot of people don't, give enough shine to, because when the Nick Saban thing kind of started to fall off the rails, but you know what I mean? Like they went from winning the national championship every year to just playing for it or being in the college football playoff.
Off the rails.
Their offensive coordinator was changing every year, and their system was changing a little bit every year. So the more that you can minimize that and have the continuity for your program, it does wonders down the line.
For sure. A couple other notes of things I saw, and if you saw anything of this you want to bring up, we have Matt as well. But I saw AJ Milwee was there, talked about Arch. Basically, the advantage he has going into this season with the years of prep was that there are some backups who prep his backups. And he's like, Arch is prepped for 2 straight seasons as a starter. That every game we have prepped him basically like, you're going to start this game. Here's the game plans. Here's everything. You need to go through the process. So this is not anything new to him so much of the prep to go get ready for it. There's not all these levels of him trying to figure out, the meetings with Sark and stuff like that. He's had some of those already, so he's more aware of that. We saw Chad Scott talk about Jarrett Gibson and mentioned Jarrett Gibson taking steps forward in physicality and in his just awareness running the ball. But then he also mentioned he's added pass catching this year. And so that was a big piece for Chad Scott to say, now this guy, you can use him a lot more, because before he was short yardage probably and baby rhino, and you just put him forward. Now he's learning more in the zone run. So he's learning how to wait for holes, which wasn't his strength before. And then being a pass catcher, that he's now as confident as that, you now go, we can use Jarrett Gibson more and more, as opposed to before where the really only confidence he had was just handing the ball and going, run that way. And then he would do that. So good to hear about that, because we've heard a lot of good about Christian Clark. We've heard a lot of, positive things out of that. We know everything about Trey Wisner, CJ Baxter. We're just waiting to see the bill of health and him basically out on the field practicing. And once we start to see that a little bit more, we'll have a little bit more confidence in it. But to add another back in there, when we know there's going to be injuries and guys get banged up, to have somebody else that you can use, not as a boutique back, as somebody who can really only do one or two things, but as somebody who is a more well-rounded running back.
Yeah, absolutely. The idea that Jarrett Gibson has added more physicality to the way that he runs the football is a little bit scary. I don't know if you are familiar with this this meme or whatever, but there's this sound of like this guy just screaming as he runs, like "Rah!" Like that's always what I thought of when I would see Jarrett Gibson run the ball, because he just gets it and he just goes screaming in one direction as hard as he possibly can. I mean, look, if he can become a complete back, then this running back room is a lot deeper than I even suspected it was going to be before. Because like Christian Clark, we don't know what we're going to have with him yet, because he hasn't been on the field. You hear so much out of camps and reports and all this stuff, but you don't know what you have until you get him on the field. We know what CJ Baxter can do. We know what Trey Wisner can do. If you have another guy who, if CJ Baxter or Trey Wisner goes down, that you can put in for 15, 20 carries a game and call a zone play, or call a, run up the middle, or toss it to him on a screen, that just makes everything so much easier for that running back room. And as far as the Arch stuff goes, that doesn't surprise me whatsoever. That's just the way that he was raised his entire life as a Manning. Like, always prepare as if you're the starter, and you're going to be more successful. So, I mean, I love hearing it, but it doesn't surprise me at all.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, when you were saying that about the running back, it made me think of Leroy Jenkins. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's another one. Yeah,
that's another
like
one.
every time Jarrett Gibson gets the ball, Leroy Jenkins just right into the middle of the center's back and just hitting him as hard as he can.
That's just what I expect out of him. So yes, if he's more well-rounded, it definitely adds another element to this running back room. Finally, last piece I had, Matt, is Kenny Baker was asked about Travis Shaw, and we know that he was on restrictions because of the knee and everything else, and so there were some questions about that. Kenny Baker's like, y'all are gonna be surprised. Like, he's doing great. We're not really worried about the knee. He came in and went all in with our training and everything else and our medical, and we feel pretty good about it now. So they feel really, really good about Travis Shaw being able to play more and more minutes. He said no restrictions. I don't know if that's real or not, but he was basically saying Travis Shaw is going to be a dude this year, and the worry about the knee is probably not as important as some people are making it out to be.
It's certainly great news.
Yeah.
It's certainly a much different mentality than Christian Wilkins apparently took with the Raiders. So you love to hear that he immediately got in there with the Texas medical staff and the training staff, which is probably the best in the country, if not, it's one of the top 3, and just got in there and did the work to rehab and get ready to go. I expect him to be a dude. I was really impressed with the film that I watched on him from North Carolina. So if he really is ready to go, Texas is going to be in pretty good shape in the D tackle room.
Yeah. I wonder if he has talked to Max since he's gotten here. Max has. Too. That's what I'm saying. I was curious. I didn't even think about it. That I was like, well, yeah, he is. Like, his old coach is just hanging around now doing podcasts, so he might be able to say what's up and be like, "Hey, man, it's funny we both ended up here."
I'm sure they've gotten dinner or something. Like, there's no like, knowing Mac Brown, there is no way that Travis Shaw has been in the city of Austin. He hasn't reached out and been like, "Hey, let me help you become a champion."
Yeah, exactly. Hey, let's go stick it to those North Carolina people.
Mm-hmm.
Let's stick it to the Tar Heels, who told me I was too old for a job and then hired Bill Belichick. That guy. We do that. All right. Why don't we? Do you have anything else that you saw today from media availabilities or anything like that from Texas football related?
I don't think so. I think that pretty much covers it. I don't have anything else that really stuck out to me.
All right, well, why don't we take our first break then? We'll come back, get into some NFL talk. If you guys got anything that you saw today you want to talk about from Texas football, college football landscape, hit us up on the chat and Facebook, Twitch, X, YouTube. You know how to do it over there or over on that text line, 512-222-9328. You can hit us up on there as well. Anything you want to talk about college football, but we're going to get into, so if you hit us up before we get to the next subject, then we're getting some NFL talk when we get into hour 2 here as well. Some more reports from camps. And we said good news for the Cowboys, bad news for the Cowboys, all coming out today. Texans, more reports out of the Texans camp and just reports around the NFL, some involving some former Longhorns as well. Get into all of that when we come back here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym, we're here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. Getting ready to roll into hour 2 here on the show and get into some NFL talk, as we are now, 2 hours and 2 days and like 2 hours away from our first break of NFL football. And I did see the report. Do you know who one of our starting quarterbacks is for the Hall of Fame game?
I don't even remember who's playing it. Is it the? Tell me who's playing it again.
It is the Chargers and the Lions, I believe.
Yeah, it's the Chargers and Lions. I don't know. I didn't see.
The Chargers starting quarterback will be Trey Lance. Trey Lance will be the starting quarterback for man. I want him. Part of me wants him to be really good. Like, it would just be so funny if he was really good right now.
I don't think he will be, but
no, he won't be. I
think it'll be better than JJ McCarthy.
Goodness gracious. I mean, he is a Minnesota kid too, so.
Hey, listen, I have to lean into this now. I'm so committed to the JJ McCarthy hate that even if I don't believe it myself, I have to lean into it.
I'm with you. So we did see at Cowboys camp, the report yesterday were Tyler Guyton going down. A lot of reports yesterday that they believed that it was going to be a torn ACL. It turns out it's not. They did the MRI, no torn ACL, completely intact, and it was just a broken bone, which is still not good, but it is much better than a torn ACL, because now you're talking 4 to 6 weeks. You have 4 weeks or so until the season starts, so you could technically have him back, probably not week 1, but by week 2, you could really have him back. So, a decent shot. He only misses a game or 2 to begin the season, but there is going to be issues now on that, because that does mean he misses camp. And for someone who really needed camp, and, this offensive line is trying to come together and build up what they're doing, this is not great news for the Cowboys. That is still going to miss all of camp. They were asked today about moving possibly Tyler Smith over to left tackle because of the injury. They were like, it's too soon for that. We think he'll be back, so we don't want to mess everything up for a week or 2 and just for camp. And then, so we still want to train everybody where they're at. But so good news on one end, you do not lose him for the entire season. On the flip of that, though, still not good news. Still, just better news than what it could have been.
Yeah, it could be better. But at least it's not the worst case scenario. If there was one player on the Dallas Cowboys that needed to have a full, complete camp and perform at a high level, it was 100% Tyler Guyton. So it's really a blow that he's not going to be able to compete in camp and get better, because he was atrocious last season. So you really needed him to take that step forward. Akeem Richards will probably be the guy that they put at left tackle going forward in the first couple of weeks. And if Tyler Guyton comes back and he performs well, then he'll be in that spot. I think it would be, and I agree, I think it would be more of a disservice to the offensive line to move Tyler Smith out to left tackle, even though they originally drafted him as a tackle.
Yeah.
He fit into that guard spot, and he's been so good there. If you move him out to the left tackle spot, then it completely shuffles the rest of your offensive line around, and it becomes more of a difficult project. I'm glad it's not a torn ACL. That would have been devastating for him and for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
But I don't know what's going on there, man. They've already had like 3 or 4 bad injuries in the first couple days of camp. Like Rob Jones was the guard.
Yep, he's out.
I believe out for the season. The tight end we talked about yesterday is out for 4 to 6 weeks as well. Now you got Tyler Guyton, and Siobhan Ravel apparently is being rushed back, and it does not look like he's a full go right now. He was moving kind of slow out there from the clips that I saw, and a little gingerly. So it's like, what is happening in the Cowboys training room? These guys are getting like so many injuries so early on. It's kind of concerning.
Well, and that's we say Kalen Carson now. Kalen Carson
today
hyperextended his knee, and he is out 4 to 6 weeks. So again, another player that you thought okay, we're going to use you to try and fill the gap before Trayvon Diggs. And hopefully, if everything worked out great, then you become the second corner and Deron Bland's the dude and you're number 2. And then we just trade off Trayvon Diggs and we move forward as a team because Jerry hates Trayvon Diggs now because he didn't work out at the Star. And so you move on from all of that. But now you don't even get to see him before the season starts. Because, again, this puts you in that he's probably back between week 2 and week 4. And now that room, yeah, you say Revel, who's not really ready to go, is, I mean, you're trying to stick him. I mean, it feels like they have to go try and sign somebody else. I would go see if Gilmore is still available. I don't know if he is or not. But at this point, I'd be like, I just need some more depth in that room. And this is a serviceable guy who is probably not going to play 17 games for me. But if he can give me 6 or 7 at the beginning of the season, then we'll put him in a rotation. I feel like that's at least something better than where they're at.
Yeah. I know that they're out there looking for a replacement corner. They released Kelvin Harmon, who had been with the team since last season. And they signed Christian Matthew. So I don't know that I don't know anything about Christian Matthew. I'd have to kind of dig into it, but this is a big issue, man. This is a really big issue because now you've got 3 corners who aren't going to be able to play probably in the first couple weeks of the season. And you got Deron Bland on looking for an extension. You've traded for Kaiir Elam, who thankfully has looked good. Hopefully he stays healthy. It's I don't know, man. It's not looking good for that Cowboys secondary right now. That's for sure.
Christian Matthews, a guy who didn't make a roster the last year and a half. So he was practice squad guy. So it's fine to put him in for depth, but he's not an answer to be a guy who can be a frontline player for you, which is really what you need because there is no timetable for Diggs still. Kalen Carson's now definitely missing a few weeks. Ravel's not ready to go week 1, and it's kind of a jerk move to stick him out there week 1 and let him get toasted because he's just not fully healthy. It also seems like a dumb idea to try and get him hurt worse. It just feels like there's so many issues right now in that room. Look, and the reason I bring up Stephon Gilmore is he's played for the team before. He had mentioned he's open to it. He's saying, so unless he's completely washed and you feel this guy that we'd rather have a practice squad guy than Gilmore, I think it's at least worth again, we've said this about the guys where it's worth a phone call. I mean, I'm not saying you got to go trade for a guy because that may put you in a weirder position. But if you go get a veteran who's not going to play on another team this season and you go, we need you for 6 weeks. I need you for 6 weeks.
And really 2 games, probably.
Yeah, but right? You're like, I'm going to need you around as we welcome whoever back in and get Kalen Carson back in and Diggs. And there could be another injury. Who the hell knows at this point? I would say we really just kind of need you for a little bit more depth. And, if we get through halfway of the season and you're not playing anymore and you want to be released, no problem. We'll pay the rest of your contract, let you go. But this will at least show that you can still play a little bit. You can come play for us. You can go to another team. But we just need somebody out here play some football for us. Yeah,
I mean, I don't understand why you wouldn't pick up the phone and give him a call and just work him out in camp, see how he does.
Yeah.
And if he's not a solution, then you waive him or you release him or whatever the case may be. I would much rather have a guy with the experience of a Stephon Gilmore over a guy who's been on a practice squad for the last year and a half.
Yeah.
Like that just doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't know why I'm surprised. I shouldn't be surprised that the Cowboys are going down this road. But at this point, you just have to really hope that Deron Bland stays healthy in camp and Kaiir Elam stays healthy in camp. And they don't really have to worry about anybody else until, week 2, week 3, when these guys can start maybe to come back into the fold. But
yeah, it's your hope.
It seems like a no-brainer, right?
No, I mean, if you have a guy, but again, the Cowboys, for whatever reason, they don't like having players that want to play there. they from the outside, they're like,
They
no,
really
I'm
don't.
glad to come back. I don't, for whatever reason, I don't know that, which goes into the other report that Adam Schefter put out today, that Adam Schefter is reporting that the Micah Parsons deal seems further away than it did a month or so ago, that the deal did seem close a month or so ago, and now feels that the teams are further apart than what they had been originally, and now they have separated even more, and that there is more resentment from Jerry and from the Cowboys about Micah Parsons, and the two sides aren't even talking really anymore about the contract. I don't know whether this is true, whether this is, part of it all. You want to speculate that this stems from Jerry Jones feeling like he had Micah Parsons screwed on a deal and had a deal that really worked for Jerry Jones that Micah agreed to, and then showed it to his agent. His agent was like, hell no, we're not signing that. And Jerry went, but he said he would sign it. And you go, yeah, I pay this guy a lot of money to do it. So I asked if he could be in the room. He told me no. And then he tried to screw me over with a bad deal. And now you're mad because I didn't sign it without anybody looking at it.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was getting at yesterday, where I was starting to get really concerned, because I think I even said yesterday, it feels like they're farther apart than ever before.
Yeah,
and it's really concerning, man. It seems like Jerry is. It kind of reminds me of my old landlord a little bit. Like, my landlord wouldn't give me my deposit back on my last house because there was a hole in a door that cost $50 to buy at Home Depot. So he kept my entire $2,650 deposit. And it's like, it feels like Jerry's trying to be that kind of a slime ball. And Micah and his agent have recognized it. They're like, no, we're not signing this deal. You're going to give us what we want, or at least something that we can both agree upon is in the best interest of both parties. And Jerry's just acting like a girl who got, spurned at the school dance by the captain of the football team, and now she's, spreading rumors that he's a bad guy. It's like it's this whole thing is just like so immature, child's play, like bad business, all these different things. I can't stand it. I almost hope at this point that Micah Parsons demands a trade.
Well, and I think that's kind of why Jerry doesn't mind doing all of this and doing the song and dance and doing everything else, is because he knows Jerry Jones has a great relationship with Micah Parsons. He feels that that's my boy, and he would do nothing to ruin our relationship. And he wants to be a Cowboy. He says he wants to be a Cowboy. So all I have to do is, before the second franchise tag, get him a contract. That's all I have to do, which is complete BS and a really slimy way to run a franchise when you have a star player who you are, selling all this stuff and basically saying, I'd rather play the odds that I'm right and you get hurt and I don't owe you all that money. And then I win somehow, even though my star player gets hurt and it's not good for the team. It's not good for anybody. And I just lose a really good player. I'd rather that happen, so then I can go out and tell everybody, you guys questioned me. You guys thought I didn't know what I was doing. But see now, look at him. He went out there to play for me, and then he was hurt, and he went out and played another snap afterwards and snapped his leg. So now who's laughing? And we're like, none of us are laughing, Jerry. This isn't a laughing matter. You are an idiot. And it feels like he is so far on to, I think that my relationship with Micah Parsons is so good that he's not going anywhere. And I can screw around and do whatever else. And I don't think he realizes Micah wants to be a Cowboy, but he also doesn't want to be disrespected. And you can ruin a relationship really, really quickly by disrespecting people.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm also curious how much of this is actually a fact.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, there's something to be said about reporters that are in the position that, like, an Adam Schefter or an Ian Rappaport or somebody. And I'm not trying to disrespect any of those guys because they're all awesome at their jobs.
Yeah.
And they're the best in the business. But those guys can a lot of times be a mouthpiece to get a piece of news out there for one party or the other.
Yes.
So maybe there's something, a little bit of that to Adam Schefter, where he's like, I don't know which side it's coming from, but maybe he's trying to push out this narrative there that, so maybe let's say it's coming from Micah Parsons' side. And I'm just obviously speculating on all this.
Exactly.
Let's say it's coming from Micah Parsons' side. Maybe he's trying to push the narrative out there, so Jerry thinks like, oh my, he really thinks that we're this far apart. No, what have I done? Like trying to plant a seed in his mind and push that narrative out there. So maybe there's some of that to it. I wouldn't be surprised if there's nothing to that either. Like if Jerry has really screwed this situation up so much that they're so far apart, it would not surprise me in the least. So
because it could be he talks to the agents and said, and what's it, David Mulligett, I believe it is, former Longhorn, spoke to that. I believe he spoke, like, if he speaks to them and they basically say, guys, it like this deal is not close to getting done because Jerry won't even talk to us. And so he reports the sides are not talking because he was told that from one side. Or is it that he has talked to people in the Cowboys and he's talked to people, around the agents, and they both say like, no, this is not going well. They're not talking. This is not happening. So all of it is Jerry's show. We know what he loves to do. He loves to give us content to talk about every day. That is what Jerry does. But none of it's good for winning football. None of this is good for team morale. None of this is good to get a team that is really getting beat up in camp, ready to go and ready to feel like they have a chance to win a division with two teams that, quite frankly, are just much better than them. And the Eagles and the Commanders, or were last season at least, that they are expected to be better than them. It doesn't give you really a lot of confidence. So it leads to this question. I'll ask you about the Texans as well. But what we know from camp so far for the Cowboys are, in just a week and a half, whatever it's been since camp has started, are you feeling better about this season and what your pick was of wins and losses? Or are you feeling a little bit worse about it now and going, all right, maybe one of those early games or somewhere in there, they drop one of those that I thought was a win because of just injuries and because of drama and because they're not necessarily getting things done? Or is it just a lot of noise and you're still dead on set of this is the same team, it's a playoff team?
I feel a whole hell of a lot worse about the Cowboys. Before this, when we did our schedule game a few weeks ago, I think I picked the Cowboys to go 11-6. I do not feel confident about that number anymore whatsoever. Part of it's due to the injury issues, with the Tyler Guyton and Kalen Carson and the tight end and Rob Jones, who's going to be a big part of the offensive line. But the way that Jerry and Steven have sort of gone about this whole training camp and the things that they have said about their own players, whether it's Trevon Diggs, who's very well liked on the roster, or Micah Parsons, who is a leader of the roster, it's definitely a cause for concern that there could be some, and to Brian Schottenheimer's credit, he's trying to keep it all together and not let that be a thing, but he can only do so much at a certain point. Like it is, this whole Micah Parsons thing, especially, I think, is just festering on the rest of the team, and it's causing a lot of doubts and, second guessing and all these different things. It'll be really interesting to watch to see if how they compete on a daily basis going forward. But I'd also like to point out who was the player that helped Tyler Guyton get off the field when he was injured?
Oh, I can't remember.
It was Micah Parsons.
Oh yeah, well that doesn't make that's.
But it's like he's doing everything the way that he should be doing it, and he's trying his best to hold this thing together and be a leader. But every time he does something like that, something else like this comes out from Adam Schefter, and Jerry has another comment, or Steven has another comment, and it's just like going in the face of everything that Micah Parsons is trying to do at this point. It's really starting to frustrate me.
Oh yeah, it's 100% frustration for anybody rooting for the Cowboys, anybody going that way, because it is. I think injuries alone have to set you back a little bit, saying, all right, the faith in the offensive line goes down when a guy you were already questioning is now going to miss 4 to 6 weeks. And when he comes back, is it a quick heal that in 3.5, 4 weeks, he's like, man, I feel good, I'm ready to play? Or is this going to 6 weeks? And, then he's got to rehab a little bit more. Is Tyler Guyton going to be good enough when he's, when he can't really walk and work out? Is he still going to be doing all of the workouts and doing everything else while he's got a big cast on his leg? Or is he going to be sitting down and eating more? And, where do you put those worlds? It's just, there's so many more variables and questions that come up about this team now. And then Micah Parsons is trying to hold it together. Brian Schottenheimer's trying to hold it together. But again, this was a not great team last year. And I get Dak Prescott's not there. But if you go, well, Dak Prescott still, he's one of the least mobile quarterbacks probably in the NFL now. And you put him out there with an offensive line with a left tackle who is questionable those first couple of weeks. Is he going to be able to get the ball down to your new wide receiver? Like, how much does that play into anything if you have to, start trying to get the ball out real quick? Is there any running game to give him some peace? We've heard decent reports, but we haven't heard anything of like, oh, no, they have a real running game. We've heard these guys look good, but 32 teams look good right now. So there are questions about that. So I think you have to say that they definitely feel like things have gone downhill quickly. And to turn that narrative around is when you get to preseason. Are you going to be able to walk out in preseason and, have some young guys show some flashes? Have some guys, have your linebacking core look pretty good in some preseason games? Are, you're going to go to a scrimmage and, get the reports that I believe they're scrimmaging the Rams, right?
I think so.
That in those games that you were the more physical team or you were the more aggressive team. You want to get some of those reports to maybe turn you back to go, okay, Schottenheimer's got this team going in a better direction. But right now it feels like Schottenheimer's running around a boat with holes in it, trying to plug them all up and just, guys, we're going to get there. It'll be fine. And it's not quite believable because he's constantly having to address one problem after another, as opposed to being like, let's go. Like we talk about all the stuff the coordinators and everybody are talking about today. And it's not like they're talking about scandals and talking about, oh, what are you going to do here? It was all positive. That's not been the case at Cowboys camp whatsoever. And so I think they have to start figuring those things out, because you want the conversation to go into, look how great this wide receiver room is going to turn into. Look at what we're doing. The linebackers, we're really playing at a higher level. That edge rush we're going to have with Micah coming back and it's going to be great. You want to have those conversations, and they're not having those right now.
Yeah, and Stephen Jones just came out on 105.3 The Fan and said that Nate Thomas is going to be the starting left tackle until Tyler Guyton returns. He said that he's been very impressive and doing all the things right, and really made some serious strides and all that kind of stuff. Nate Thomas was a 7th round pick by the Cowboys in the 2024 draft, and I don't believe he has played in a football game.
Well, man, he's going to be good over there. You're protecting Dak's blindside, though, right?
Yeah, you're protecting Dak's blindside with a left tackle who's never played a snap in a real game. So,
was he a tackle in college at least?
He was. He was a tackle for Louisiana, and he redshirted in 2019. Appeared in one game after playing in 7 games as a backup in 2021. He got the starting left tackle job for the Raging Cajuns in 22. He ultimately started all 13 games for the team in 2022, and was honorable mention All Sun Belt Conference in 2023. He had played in 32 games, 25 as a starter, and received an invite to the East-West Shrine Bowl game before the draft. So, I mean, he played well at Louisiana in the Sun Belt. So let's put him out there week 1 against Philadelphia Eagles and see how it goes.
I mean, well, look, he's gonna have to earn it. Stephen Jones is not the coach; he is the general manager. So, they may have different plans once they get into it. I won't go fully that this is what the Cowboys are doing. But yes, again, we talk about, does it add confidence or take away confidence? Not adding confidence, Stephen. Not adding.
Also, just the fact that the COO is telling the media who the starter is going to be and not the head coach, I think is a big issue. Maybe that's just me.
Well, maybe the fact that they do interviews every single week all the time is the issue. That the most ownership is not that available. They don't necessarily. I mean, now granted, they are the GMs as well, and but it's like Maybe
It's the flagship radio station of the Dallas Cowboys, Patrick. Come on.
Hey, if I worked there, I'd love it. I'm just saying.
Jerry thinks that he employs all those guys.
No, he's going to get
He's
fired.
I'll have you fired. Like, you don't pay my check. Odyssey pays my check.
Yeah,
anyway.
Yeah, he's still going to try. Still going to push his weight around. Let's talk a little bit about the Texans then. So we say the Cowboys, not so great. The Texans, we haven't got a ton of reports. The reports about the defense, it looks great. That's, we keep hearing the defense is looking good. Reports out of camp today, it's the best the offense has looked. CJ Stroud was throwing the ball better. They were completing passes. But one of the pieces they said, a lot of three-step drops, a lot of quick outs. Get the ball out of your hands quick, which is a smarter plan than some of the ones they instituted last year. But it also is not a way you're going to be able to win a ton of games in the NFL. You have to be able to have some sort of protection. You can't only, be throwing three-step drops and quick passes. But that apparently was what they were doing today a little bit more. Get the defense a little bit more off balance, where they weren't getting the rush and maybe dropping back in coverage a little bit more. Once you got them off of the pass rush, then he was able to read one and get one downfield for a big play. So you saw they were able to do it a little bit more in practice. You're hearing that Ursery is starting to look better and better. People are, starting to say he might be a good pickup and, a good right tackle for them. But yeah, the offensive line is still a major worry. So even though you did finally get the good report, you also don't want to go day 6. The offense finally won one. You'd like that to be before day 6. So
yes,
I'll take it with a grain of salt, but it's nice to see they won one before day 10.
I mean, I'll take it with a grain of salt too. I do think that there's a positive way you can look at this in the sense that they're not being so rigid that they're just going to try and do what they want to do and not change anything based on the personnel that they have.
Yeah.
So they've watched the offensive line through the first 5 or 6 days of practice, and they're like, okay, we need to protect CJ, so we need to make these changes and see how this works. So maybe this is something that we institute more later in, when the season starts. But yes, absolutely take that with a grain of salt. It's still not the best news in the entire world that you're a week into camp and, oh, wow, CJ Stroud is completing some passes. We're in great shape.
He finally was above 50% completions. I think even that deep pass he said was a great pass, but the secondary still broke it up because, they have a good secondary. And, it's like Petrie and Stingley were there. Well, all right. If you have those guys over there, that's what they're supposed to be doing. There were good reports about Jalen Noel as well over the last few days that he looks like he's going to be able to be a bit of that Tank Dell replacement until Tank Dell can come back, and hopefully he'll be healthy at a point again. But someone that can be that deep threat for you and be a speed guy, because Higgins and Nico Collins are both good players. So both of them look good, but you really needed that third guy to give you some speed on there. And it said Jalen Noel looks like he's doing well as they brought in those 2 Iowa State receivers. But I'll ask you the same question, Matt, that we asked about the Cowboys. With the first, week of camp going through, do you feel better about the Texans right now? Do you think they're better? Are they still basically, this is what we thought? We thought the offensive line was going to be a problem and we're there, or the Joe Mixon injury and a little bit of uncertainty at that running back spot now with Joe Mixon, the offensive line not winning at a level that you really wanted them to win. Maybe that feels a bit more, this is a team that's going to be struggling to just hold on to the AFC South.
Yeah. I mean, granted, I haven't been listening to a whole lot of reports from like the Jaguars or the Colts. I know that the Titans are probably going to struggle, but I don't feel necessarily fantastic about my pick for the Texans winning the AFC South anymore. I think they'll be there, and I think that they'll compete for it. But the bottom line is you have to have your defense can be as good as you want it to be. And hell, the Baltimore Ravens won a Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer at quarterback because nobody could score on them. but the odds that you're going to have the 2000 Baltimore Ravens defense are pretty slim. So you need to be able to put up some points, especially in today's NFL that's a lot more open and explosive downfield. And it's really hard to be explosive downfield and get the ball to a guy like Jalen Noel if you're constantly having to do, rollouts and 3-step drops and ways to get, finding ways to get the ball out quick. So I don't feel great. I like that Ursery is coming into his own as the right tackle and looks like he's going to be solid there. That's definitely a positive development, but there's still that glaring need at left tackle for a lockdown guy that can keep CJ Stroud upright. And I don't have confidence that Cam Robinson's going to be able to do that. So we'll see. I feel better about the Texans than I feel about the Cowboys. I'll say that.
Yeah, I'll say I think they're about the same where I had them in my mind, looking at their schedule and just looking at games I think they can still win. The biggest one for me so far hasn't been offensive line play. I don't like where it's at, but I'm still somewhat optimistic that they're going to get it figured out to an extent that it won't be so terrible. But the Joe Mixon injury, that to me is really the hang up, because looking at that injury and saying, well, is that going to be a lingering all season? He comes in for 20 snaps and then all of a sudden he's out. He never really gets to build that up and have those 100-yard gains and start to build that. And is this kind of the beginning of the end for Joe Mixon? Or is it just going to be fine and week 3 he becomes, a starting running back again? But when you take Joe Mixon out of this offense, unless Nick Chubb has something that's still there in the tank, I think he can be an okay back. From what the reports and everything is he'll be okay as a backup back and a guy you can put in there and get you a few yards. He could probably still average 3 or 4 yards a carry, but he can only do it for so many snaps and everything else. I just don't know. That one scares me a lot more. So until we see more of Mixon, if he's getting closer to returning at the end of camp, or if he's not returning at all and, he's out week 1 and he's starting on the, is he starting on the active roster? Is he on, the IR he can remove people from? That's really probably my biggest question right now. That offensive line, it's garbage. And I'm optimistic that they're going to be able to be not complete total garbage by the end of camp, but they got a long way to go. But again, the same way we talked about the Cowboys, injuries at the end of the day are what scares me the most.
Yeah, absolutely. The Joe Mixon one's a critical one because, when he was going last year and he was at his highest last season, that was a really critical part of what they were doing offensively. And he seemed to be like the one bright spot of that offense for a long period of time. And, without him in there, it's just like, how do we move the football? Because if Nick Chubb is your every down back in week 1, what are you running the ball 12 times? So then the defense is just sitting back in zone coverage and bringing guys around the edge and really putting pressure on. I mean, it also puts a ton of pressure on a guy like Woody Marks, who you don't want to have to rely on week 1 to be a factor for you offensively. You want him to develop into one eventually, but you don't want him to be a critical part of your game plan in week 1 because he's probably not going to be ready because he's a rookie.
Yeah.
So.
No, I'm with you. Let's roll over. I did see another quote here from Stephen Jones today. He was asked about Trayvon Diggs and training away from the facility. And he says, I think a player is much better off training with us than he is somewhere else, even though we constantly have a crappy training facility and our staff's awful. I just think the discipline to come in every day, do the work, is there when they're here. One thing we can do, which we always continue to do, is put every player's contract, especially the guys who we pay significant amounts of money. We expect leadership and we expect them to be here. Certainly we address that with Diggs. He certainly paid a price for not being here, but we're paying a price too, because we felt like he might be further along if he had done his rehab here. He might differ with that, but had he done his rehab here, we feel strongly that he might be further along. That is in the best interest of this team and the organization. That comes with getting a big contract, which he received. All that being said, we want you at the Star. This is not about football. It's never been about football. It's about us getting people to come into the Star, and you need to be here because we're paying you all this money to be a sideshow attraction. We need you to work out in the gym with a window in it. We need you to be here. You'll be further along, even though all of our players are hurt right now. Yeah, we think you'd still be further along, even though the track record of us getting players recovered is dog shit. No, we think you'd be further along. It's a terrible take, Steven. Just say it what it is. We sell tickets to the Star. We sell tickets, and we have tours. People pay us money to come here, and when we don't have our star players that we pay a lot of money to, we're not paying them to win football games. That's clear. We're paying them to be sideshow figures so people can come in and see Trayvon Diggs and take his picture and go buy his jersey. That's what we want out of him, and he didn't want to do that. Also saying we expect him, if he has to show up every day, to every manager who got away from having people work remotely because they don't have a job unless it's yelling at people. Just crappy managers who can't manage people unless they sit in a room and go, so how's the weather looking? Like those guys that I hate because you say you have to come into an office. No, I don't. I can do it from the house, and I'll do it in half the time.
I need you to come in on Saturday and fill out some of those TPS reports.
All right, Lumberg.
Look, I'm not saying that I disagree with anything you just said. But the one thing that sticks out to me about what Steven says that kind of makes me think a little bit, we don't know what rehab and training Trevon Diggs was doing when he was away from the Star.
I agree.
So there is the possibility that he wasn't putting in enough work or wasn't working with the right type of people to get him on the best path to being ready to go as soon as possible. That said, I think you're largely right about everything you just said.
No, I agree 100% that Trayvon Diggs could have taken advantage of it and gone out and been on a boat with Cardi B. He could have been the one holding the camera with Stephon Diggs and the pink substance in the bag. Maybe he was the one holding the camera. We don't know. But my guess is from the videos and everything else is that he was rehabbing, he was training, and if the Cowboys had a really good medical staff that everyone agreed was really good, then this would make a lot more sense to me. But considering in the players' polls and every player who leaves says the training here sucks. Like the injury rehab, all that stuff sucks in Dallas. They do a poor job of it. They do not have enough people to do it. They don't spend enough time. You can't get stretched out right. You can't get anything done right. They need to spend more on that. If that wasn't the case, then I would be much closer to it. But I believe if I was a millionaire and I want to take care of my body, I don't really trust the Joneses to do it right because I don't think they really care. I think they want me here. I think they want me on the field. I don't think they care if I snap my leg in half the second my contract expires. I don't think they give a damn if I lose the rest of my contract and they can get out of it because of an injury. I think they'd love that. But I don't picture the Joneses as these super compassionate, great guys who are really just looking out for the best of Trayvon Diggs, and they wanted his rehab to be better. They wanted him there at the Star because they sell tickets to the Star. That's what they wanted. And if they had better medical stuff and people thought highly of it, I'm with them. But they don't, and they haven't spent the money on it. They haven't changed it in 3 or 4 years. So figure that stuff out and then come back to me with that, Steven, and spend the money to get the medical staff, have more personnel, and then you can come back and go, guys don't want to be here to rehab. They want to go where they're not staying at a place where they don't live, in the off season. They don't want to be. I get that. I get you pay them a lot of money and you expect them to do whatever you say. But again, that's not how you build a good culture and build a good football team. That's how you run a ship that nobody really wants to be a part of, and it's really hard to get free agents.
Do you want to hear another quote that Stephen Jones just came out with?
Let's do it. Come on, Stephen.
Is crazy, in my opinion. The fact that you don't see a pattern here. Stephen Jones was asked how they handle their top players' contract negotiations. He says, I don't think there's a pattern here. We don't agree on that. We don't drag deals out. We do deals when there's an opportunity to do a deal. Certainly no one knows what's going on internally with particular negotiations. Sometimes players and agents aren't ready to pull the trigger until they see the other cards played.
So what Stephen Jones is saying, what he's saying is that every single other team in the NFL can get a deal done before the end of training camp, and the Cowboys can't, because just by sheer chance, those agents and players will not sign anything until the end of camp. It's on them, not Jerry.
This is a load of absolute bullshit. There is a long track record at this point, just over the last few years. If you don't want to go back even farther, just over the last few years. Trevon Diggs, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, now Micah Parsons. That's 4 major contracts that they've had to negotiate in the last 4 years. And all of them, this has happened.
Yeah, and just the fact that we're like, so TJ Watt got his deal done, and Myles Garrett got a deal done that he wasn't even asking for. He wanted to be traded, and they got a deal done. All of those things happened, right? Where they gave him a bunch of money, made him, like, you could have made Micah Parsons the highest paid defensive edge last offseason. You could have done this. You could have made him the highest paid, and you would have been paying him $10 million less right now. Like, you could have done it a while ago. You could have paid Dak a year before you paid him. And you know what? You would have you still have Dak Prescott, and you have him on a much better deal. This isn't rocket science. Every single it's the gaslighting of, or the question of, are they gaslighting or are they stupid? And I don't think they're stupid. Like, I think they're stupid, but I don't think they're like completely inept of doing their job. Like, I think they know what they're doing well enough because they run an organization that makes a ton of money. So I think that they know what they're doing, but when they gaslight us and they go, so you see, though, in a contract, there's a lot of words. And so to type out those words, it takes time. You're like, wait, really? Or is it that? Or are you just BSing us because you know what you're doing, you want to be in the news?
I might want to cover a Cowboys game again in my lifetime at AT&T Stadium. So I'm not going to come right out and say that they're stupid or they're this or they're that. I think you know how I stand on it, but the level of gaslighting here that goes on by the Joneses is unbelievable. This is like a girl who gets caught cheating on her boyfriend, and he's like, I saw you kissing my best friend in the corner. And she's like, well, no, you don't understand because the other day, first of all, you're crazy. That never happened. You're just seeing things. But really what's happening is you're not treating me well, and you're not doing this, and you're not doing that, and you're not giving me enough money. You're not adhering to every single thing that I want to do. That's what this is.
So are you saying that the Joneses are just Shaggy, It Wasn't Me? That song is...
Yes.
She caught me on the counter. We were both butt naked. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. That is... Yeah. I think you're right. I think they are that. Someone wants to go pull that song up and change all the lyrics into Cowboys lyrics. Probably not hard to do.
I'm sure it's happened already.
It's so ridiculous. But yeah, it's frustrating every time because you just sit here and go, why do you constantly feel the need to treat everybody like they have no idea what's going on when you guys are not, when you're the third in your division? Like, if you were the first in your division and doing this, it's one thing because then you're just jerks. But when you're third in your division, it's bad. Another one? Did you get another one?
Guess who is reporting to camp before Micah Parsons gets his deal done?
Trey Hendrickson?
Trey Hendrickson is set to report to Bengals camp, which means he is probably going to get a deal done before Micah Parsons gets the deal done. If he gets a deal done before Micah Parsons, I give up.
If Trey Hendrickson, if Hendrickson and McLaurin get deals done, if we get every other deal done first, it is, yeah.
It's just comedy at this point.
Yeah, Trey Hendrickson. There you go. Yeah, you're right, Ben. That is, but it's not. It's through their own fault why they do. Let's hit a couple other news stories from across the league. We did see Justin Fields. There was reports he had been carted off the field a couple weeks ago or a week ago or so. And there was a lot of worry about Justin Fields and the Jets. He's already back at practice. He's practicing again. He's a dislocated toe, but he's already back. Says wasn't really that bad. He's back. Toe injuries are weird. And so there was a little bit of worry that you're like, oh, toe injury could be long-term, can't plant her foot. Does not feel like that is what the case is at all for Justin Fields. So good for him. We saw Jimmy Haslam, the Browns owner today, actually say something intelligent, which was they asked him, well, how do you feel about going all in for Arch Manning next year? And he said, well, if you've ever met the Mannings, then you would probably believe he's going to spend 2 years in college like he says he is. So he's probably not going to be in this draft. So it's kind of silly for us and everybody to keep asking us about if we're taking Arch next year, because I don't think Arch is going to be in that draft next year. And he went, wow, what a round of applause for an owner saying the right thing.
I think that it's crazy that we're living in a world where the Browns owner is saying more intelligent things than the entire Dallas Cowboys front office.
Oh, man. Yeah. No, but I hats off to Jimmy Haslam. He actually, instead of, instigating it more or anything else, he's like, look, I know the Mannings. These guys don't. These guys, what they say, they normally keep their words. They have a plan. So props to him for it, taking where, as much as we keep seeing more and more of the reports are Arch is going to stay for 2 years. Now, granted, all that could change. They win a national championship. Arch wins a Heisman. There is every chance in the world that Arch Manning says, what the hell am I still doing in college? But who knows? And also, that is a pretty lofty expectation to put on a kid that has never been a real that started two games in college football. So I won't put it at that. We got the reports. Xavier Worthy, Hollywood Brown went down with an injury. Doesn't appear to be anything too major. And then Xavier Worthy was shaken up at practice. And I just wanted to tell all Chiefs fans, get used to that. Xavier Worthy being shaken up is a pretty common thing, but he is very resilient and tough. He will play. He's not going to miss time or anything else. But when you go, oh man, Xavier Worthy's kind of limping over there and he's a little beat up, that Xavier Worthy does that a lot. He gets beaten up and because he's a smaller guy, but that dude's tough as nails. He'll play. I mean, he played with a broken hand. He will continue to try and get out there and do what he can for his team week after week. I just saw that and was like, yeah, I feel like I've heard that once or twice at Texas.
That guy came up slow or limping more than any other player that I watched from 2022 through when he left. I mean, truly, it seemed like every game he was coming up limping, and every single game he went back out there and, like you said, was tough as nails and grinded and got the job done. So unless that guy's leg falls off, he's going to get back out there and he's going to compete at a high level. So I'm not too concerned about that at all. I am concerned that Hollywood Brown's already injured because he's a pretty injury-prone guy.
I think it was like a rolled ankle or something like that. We saw that for who else was a rolled ankle today? Someone else. I have it written down somewhere that was carted off the field. Isaiah Likely was the other one that was carted off the field today. And so there was some worry about him, but he is just a rolled ankle as well. So, some of these guys are just, nothing major, no big piece yet of what they're doing. Also, the last one I saw, Jordan Love was asked about his receivers and pointed out Matthew Golden. He's like, that dude is getting it. Love to play with him. He is going to be a dude. The clips they were showing that I was seeing, and this is what quarterbacks love, is he would throw a ball into coverage and Matthew Golden just gets his hands out in front of it, uses his body to shield the play, and makes a big play and makes catches in really contested coverage. That is, as a quarterback, you love to see, because those are ones that some wide receivers, get played off on and get bumped out of, and those are interceptions. Those are plays that are tipped balls and they go flying up in the air. All of those types of things you don't want to see. So to have Matthew Golden, we don't expect anything less, but Jordan Love already speaking highly of Matthew Golden.
Yeah, and I also saw today that Matthew Golden had a 60-yard touchdown reception from Love. He beat Nate Hobbs and Evan Williams to get wide open on a deep corner route and outraced both of them to the end zone. So he's putting on a show up there in Green Bay or wherever they're holding their training camp. I don't know where their training camp is, but it's great to hear. I'm like you, though. I'm not surprised at all. That guy does everything he possibly can to make sure that he gets the football in his hands. So, I mean, we saw it week after week after week with Quinn Ewers. I mean, that one catch that he had against Georgia where he's like fading backwards. I mean, there's so many examples of it. He's going to be awesome, and I can't wait to draft him in fantasy football.
You better get him quick. Everybody's going to be going for him. It's always hard parts in leagues. Depending on what league you're in, it's there's certain players just like there's a guy that I've played with in leagues before, and he will always take Longhorns. And we got to a point where I was like, how am I supposed to take? You're taking him like a round and a half, 2 rounds early. I can't just ruin my team to try and get a guy I like. I have to be somewhat smarter about this.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll draft Quinn Ewers, Bijan Robinson, Roschon Johnson, Xavier Worthy, and Bijan, Xavier Worthy, and Matthew Golden with my first 5 picks.
There you go. Get Jay Witt in there.
Yeah.
Get some good play.
Dicker the kicker.
Got to get him in there as well.
Gunnar helmet, tight end.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, maybe go JT Sanders too. You get Gunnar Helm and JT Sanders. See which one of them gets in the game first. I do like this Trey Hendrickson ending it, and they're not any closer. Do you think guys like Trey Hendrickson and Terry McLaurin hate Micah Parsons more now because of what he's? And they're just like, dude, you are really making us holdouts look bad.
Actually, I kind of think it's the opposite. I think that they're looking at Micah Parsons and I think he's onto something. I think that if I show up and I compete, then I'm going to be the hero of this situation.
No, I agree. I think the agents are telling them that, but I think for holdouts, they're much happier to not be at camp. No 30-year-old wants to be at camp. And those guys are normally like, no, I'll go work out and do my thing, but I don't want to do the rah-rah stuff. I don't want to do all this other crap. Like, I get it. I've been around. I've done this too many times. I don't need all of that stuff. So that's why, we see, especially the guys once they get like 35, 36 in those range, and they start signing contracts, they're like, oh, I'm going to sign, but I'm going to sign like a week before the season. I'm not dealing with any of that crap. I don't want to deal with it. I want to get a little bit more vacation time in.
Or you create a fake marriage and do that whole thing, and
it's a real marriage. It's 2 loving people, one named Aaron Rodgers and one the mystery to all of us,
who apparently has never left his house or any of his properties ever since they have been together.
Well, she's not there
because she doesn't exist.
No, she's in Canada. He's had to throw
the paparazzi would have made their way to Canada by now.
No, we did. They're not. It's a long distance relationship, so they don't know.
They FedExed each other the rings.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay.
All right. Why don't we take our second break here, Matt? We'll come back and get to our meathead of the day here on Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym, here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up on a Tuesday afternoon. Why don't we get to our meathead of the day, Matt? Matt sent me this earlier today. This is a new level of I don't even know.
Football program is getting roasted, with folks questioning why the team is celebrating their 7-6 season with jewelry that looks like championship rings. And the ring celebrates the Yellow Jackets going 5-0 at home last season. It also celebrates their win over number 4 Miami Hurricanes and the number 10 Florida State Seminoles. And while some say their 2024 season wasn't deserving of a ring, others say it's a step in the right direction. So what do you think? Let us know in the comments. Download Fox Local.
Matt, apparently, now I don't know if this feels like it might be fake, but I don't see it being fake. I don't see anyone saying that it's a scam. I looked. The Georgia Tech gave them some championship rings for making a bowl game, basically.
I've talked a lot about participation trophies over the last couple weeks. This is the ultimate participation trophy. You guys made a bowl game? Let me give you some diamonds on some silver. Congratulations. Most teams get some Beats headphones or an iPod or an iPhone or something from the bowl that they go to. But no, we're so proud of you guys for almost beating Georgia that we're going to give you something real nice.
This is the thing I don't get is I've always had I always had this problem with everybody gets a trophy and everybody gets mad because everybody gets a trophy, right? I always have a problem blaming the person who gets it, because the person who gets it never asked for it. Like, I never as a kid was like, oh, I need a trophy too. They just gave me like a ribbon or something to shut me up, but I never was asking for it. So then when I have them, then I'm like, oh, you got trophies. I'm like, that was not my choice. Someone else did it. If an adult wanted to have a conversation, yeah, first, second, and third get something, you get nothing. And then you cry and they go, yeah, cry it out. Then I would have dealt with that. Would have been great as a kid, probably, but that's what we should have done. I've never understood how the generation who got the first trophies got blamed for it, and not the parents who were too lazy to not give their kids trophies. And we're like, no, I have to. So it's a generation above ours, Matt, is what I'm saying. It's not our fault. The generation above us are the wimps who didn't want to hear kids crying, so they gave them participation trophies. And now it is spun into this Georgia Tech crap that they are getting a ring for a 7-6 season.
I wonder if this is why Europeans have started to dominate the NBA. Because the players The young players now are so used to just getting everything they want and being praised for it.
Something tells me it's not, because it's like 15 players from Europe who are dominating, with maybe 5-6 players from Europe who are dominating. And then I think it's more that there's a gap in full needing it once they get, a lot of money. And in American players are getting money a lot sooner and not needing the money necessarily. One more piece for you real quick, as this is a new piece of ballpark food for you, Matt.
Oh God.
It's not. This is not gross. This is called the Trust Fund. This is the most luxurious concessions item in minor league baseball history from the Pensacola Blue Wahoos. It's sauteed vegetables, a Parmesan boxty topped with creme fraiche, sturgeon caviar, topped with a grilled steak medallions, and finished with steamed snow crab legs. That is what it's also served with melted butter, accompanied with crab crackers and golden utensils. Matt, would you like to guess how much this costs?
$150.
$32, Matt. $32. Not bad at all. You do have to order it a day in advance, though. You have to let them know you're coming to the game and you want to get one of these the next day. They're not just going to have them all prepared and then throw some away at the end. So you have to go a day, 24 hours in advance to buy one.
Well, that's good that they're not trying to, prepare all that stuff on site at a minor league ballpark, because that would scare the crap out of me. I couldn't eat that anyway. That would kill me. So I'm good. But yeah,
you don't want to have the crab legs and the caviar. You're not a caviar guy.
I've got a shellfish allergy, so I get a pass on this one. I don't have to worry.
There you go. Get out of it easy. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. I'll take this off the screen. We'll be back tomorrow since we're out of time. We'll be back tomorrow. Midweek movie review. I've got to watch a movie that I'm not thrilled about watching. We will do.
I wasn't thrilled while I was watching it.
We'll get into that tomorrow and a whole lot more as we continue on getting ready for Texas football camp, and the reports we'll get out of that as well. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow.